All right, here we go. Welcome everyone, how's it going? Yo, chi cookies. Someone seen the battle pass weapon? Yeah, some people have pointed this out yesterday already. We had some very funny speculation about what it could be. Hi everyone, by the way. Hi Jack, Rainbow, Vienna, Sheeplot, Lakian, Jack, Lassamista, Basshead, Robopower. And everyone else is here. Hope you have a wonderful day. I guess excited for later. Moin. Fängst du das ab? Grau Haar. Appreciate that. They shadow dropped the free pet into the game. The free pet. You mean like back when they announced us of hatred or something? Or what? I know, Ronnie. I'm doing good. We're gonna try the new Tiny Quest 2 Mastery. Ah, true, actually. Is that out today? I thought there was like... Was it yesterday, actually, right? I mean, how long do we have to stall? I need a big banner that says no leaks. I mean, it's not exactly leak, you know, it was literally on the official page, right? So... Let me see, Tiny Quest. Maybe this would be a good way to stall right now. Actually, there's an update. How long do we have until the reveal? It's like 2 hours. Am I considering on PoE 2 or D4 next week? We're gonna do D4, actually. 1 hour 44, okay. Could have petted dog quest when I did the Vessel of Hate reveal. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, they kind of had to do it, right? Because I think they said if you pre-order the expansion, you get extra the other pets. And obviously, you can't have some people having pets and other people not having pets when those pets actually have a gameplay impact. So they had to give a free pet to everyone. Summon traps are OP AF. Yeah, kind of what I expected. Also, why is this downloading like 0%? But it says 16 Mbps. Wait, how big is this patch? Let's see. Hi, Seb. Yeah, I'm gonna try the new Forge Mastery, I guess. We can maybe do like a playthrough, but I mean, I don't know when actually. Because basically we have like, you know, the D4 announcement and the PoE announcements, and I have to do a lot of build cooking for both. I have already pre-cooked all of the D4 stuff, I guess, so maybe it's okay, but still. He woke up and cried knowing DT is still the best build. But hey, you have now a 100% chance to deal triple damage with Wind Force. How about that? But only if it's not a boss, so good luck. Yeah, I did expect a lot more updates for the class balance and stuff in Season 11. Kind of sad to see a little bit that they didn't really do more there on some of them. You skid rogue the past 2 seasons. Oof. I had a lot of fun with Heartseeker though. I think if I make rogue, I'm gonna play a Heartseeker season. Heartseeker is just a very nice build. And download speed is pretty fast. Yeah, we have a gigabit Fine. They got it, my boy. Yeah, they want you to play Spiritborn and Zork, it seems. When is the PoE start? Well, the reveal is in 1.5 hours, and League is next Friday. Shall we check it out? Well, we're just waiting anyway. Hello.
You seem very happy. Are you sure now?
Yeah. Interesting. Good turn off the music for this though. I have to make a new guy, right?
Type-C?
Don't have anything here. Can I like randomize this or something? I guess just take one of these guys. Basically Zeus. I want to see if we can, wait, how far do we have to go to see the masteries? It's like the first 5 minutes or something, right, when you get it. What's our plan for D4 PoE? Yeah, so I'll do a few weeks of D4 non-stop, I think.
Sing muses of faith and the mortal.
Because I had the plans for like the big summerthon. I want to do like a 24/7 summerthon for the season launch.
Where the story begins.
I will do a little bit of PoE on launch day. Hashtag sponsored. So I will interrupt my day one blast a little bit, but besides that, I think I'm going to do most of the PoE stuff in January. Thank you. Some people write about the craziest thing. The Druid Roa form is real. Your Deadeye friend can ride your back. Holy. Update for Titan. Yeah, they did that update for Titan Quest yesterday, I think. There's a new mastery and some charms and stuff. Do you usually sponsor people to play the game? Yeah. I usually have a sponsorship for PoE 1, sometimes also for PoE 2. And I guess I do this with some other RPG creators as well that are not like, you know, full-time PoE guys. I know I expect like Rob, for example, probably also has a sponsorship or something. Nah, Blizzard doesn't really sponsor people. They just rely on like, you know, natural streams, I guess. Why can't I attack? And why is this on? There's on the wrong button. Okay.
Tale of the mortal's victories.
And let's put a timer actually. It's 1.5 hours, right? So 95 minutes. Oops. Okay, here we go. Okay. Start PV2, get a sponsored stream, maybe guide out the door, then start with fun with D4.
Prepared him for the hunt.
Yeah, but the thing is that D4 starts a lot before like PoE, right? Like how many hours is there between them? I think it's like 14 hours or something. So, you know, I will already be like long in T4 and blasting and stuff. And then you're gonna switch to PoE2 and play that for a little bit.
Good time has come for you to prove yourself. Today we hunt the
Yeah, it's 14 hours.
Remember the shrine at the end of the beach? Let's go.
Yeah, 5:30 AM CET, exactly. And PoE is like evening. It's like pretty late evening for me actually when PoE starts. $14 hours to complete the season journey almost. Challenge accepted.
I have just one.
Would be doable, I think. Okay, maybe not the last season rank. But at least like T4 and blasting, like, I don't know. Maybe even play something like Cracking Energy Sork. Would be doable to do 14 hours. I mean, last season it took me 6.5 hours until I was farming T4 from season start with Pulverized Druid. So, I would have double the amount of time to finish all the objectives. It might be doable. Don't I think PoE2 needs frame generation? Honestly, I have no idea about, you know, this sort of technology and, you know, how this impacts performance and quality and stuff. So I can't really comment on it.
Not bad. You've been practicing.
But I'm sure they have thought about it.
You've never fought the likes of a griffin before. But if you are victorious, people will sing your legend.
So it's gonna be a very long stream. Yeah, I guess the plan is we're gonna start the stream slightly later than the typical season start stream. So usually I start my streams like, I don't know, between like 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Then the season's launch is like, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something. And then I do like 30 hours all the way to like, you know, the next midnight, roughly. And I guess this time I might like start my stream a little bit later, maybe like 8 in the evening. So like 3-4 hours later than normal. Then we're basically gonna stream through the night, stalling, watch the Game Awards, the entire fucking thing, see the announcements, and log into D4. And then 14 hours later we're gonna log into PoE2. And I guess then I'll go veg. And then we're just gonna continue with D4 from there. So I think that's probably the strat, yeah. Something like that. How long do I keep doing 30-hour streams? Isn't it very tiring? Well, you do what you gotta do. I'm gonna do Druid starter. Yeah, I will do Druid. After today we can probably have enough info to like cook something. And then we'll see what we cook. Then I'll see, like, you know, I have a lot of builds from 0.3 now. I'm probably gonna update them if they are still relevant. A lot of people will probably start Druid and realize they don't like it. Or maybe it's like buggy or sucks or whatever, right? And then people might want to switch to something tried and true, for example. Or some people just don't want Druid at all. So we'll see. And in that case, I want to have, you know, other builds ready to go.
Through here.
The recovery just gets harder. Yeah, I mean, for me, there's no time to recover though, that's the problem, right? Because I'm going from like 30-hour stream straight into like, you know, 16, 17 hours every day for like a few weeks. That's gonna be fun. Plus I will have to manage, you know, all my other shit while streaming as well. Like fixing my guides, recording my videos, checking my email. It's gonna be fun.
The ancient Mycenaeans called this the Shrine of Divine Mastery. Only those the shrine...
Hope I don't die. I hope you don't die. Grandpa Dizzy.
You have been measured.
Okay, see you in Master Me.
And accept your blessing.
Forge. Forge Call. Create 3 metal orbs orbiting you. Each orb does strike damage on contact. 4 projectile penetration. Determines the amount of enemies the projectile can penetrate through. Okay. Blade Trap. The damage, speed, and defense are scaled via effects that specifically mentions summons. Okay. Automatically activates every upon 8 seconds, maximum activation 6, summon limit 2. Okay. Let's just try both. This seems kind of nice. Fit with an area size seems kind of nice. First more damage, and if more activation speed. Interesting. That's an interesting combo here, Burnout and Final Burst. Let's try this. Elemental Infusion. Okay, I guess I maybe might have taken some inspiration from PoE 2 there. That seems kind of nice. Okay. Oh, there's like an instant cast. Some abilities in Forge require divine cores to be cast, are dropped by enemies, usually on death. Oh. What about passives? Nothing I mentioned divine corpse though, right? Ah, cost 5 divine cores initial. Oh shit. Wait, how many do you have? Do they regenerate as well?
I can't do that.
Yeah, so I can't cast anything now. Interesting. Alright. There's a second page with more. Oh shit. What the fuck? Double activation, free activation.
No, you saw. No, you must
Interesting.
slay the griffin. You can do this.
What time starts the D3 season? German time? 5 p.m. He quit because of Lightning League. You mean like in 0.3? Yeah, Lightning was pretty crazy, it seems. I didn't even play it actually. I played, I think, 6 builds. Did like 93 plus.
Thank you.
But I didn't play Lightning Arrow after all. Want aim and buffs, rework, and nerf skill levels. Yeah, you can make like a prediction list or something. Okay, I only have auto attack now until I kill stuff. And then I get the cores. Oh my god. Okay. So you basically have to like cycle your cores to not waste them. Because you don't actually have cooldowns.
Well, yes,
Interesting.
I'm stuck in this jar. No, you can't open it. But you can take me to the Shrine of Hermes in the cave southwest of here. So that craven card can fix this.
Ignite proliferation is in general is dog shit. I haven't tried an Ignite build yet, to be honest. How many of those cores can you have? I have 16 right now. Maximum 30, okay. I think it's gonna be really ass when you fight bosses. And you have only your devices. Maybe there's like a skill to actually generate cores. In boss fights, for example. Okay, let's start this. Okay. They look pretty cool, I gotta say. I guess it's like a lot more like of a tactical mastery here. Where like, you know, try to position the stuff. You know, kind of into the traps. Time your attacks so that you don't waste your resource.
Ah, this is the cave. Hope you're a better fighter than the last guy.
Oh no, we're caps, okay.
Here, put me on the shrine. Go on. I suppose you're expecting a reward now. Fine. Now get out of here. Your job is done.
Holy rare item. Don't even have a magic yet.
All right, brother.
Not yet.
Kind of funny with those traps. I wonder if they're gonna be very good. I guess they're gonna be very good for like burst damage and like blasting down like tough packs, but maybe not very fast. Where's my sprint? How far can I actually cast them? Seems like pretty fast actually. Dead. Yeah, it's kind of weird because sometimes I just can't press my buttons. Like they walk out of it and it's like, huh. What's that YouTube link? Wait, can it be there? Turning Quest 2 somehow looks better than LE. Yeah, I mean, it's way newer as well, right? And I don't know, I guess... I'm not sure like, what's the studio behind this? But I think they were not like very indie. Obviously have to go back and like pick up this stuff.
The griffin!
This game is Titan Quest 2.
The village!
Just had an update with a new master way yesterday, so I want to check this out.
You're not a moment early. Where's Aristino? The Griffin's cult is attacking. But they want gold again. So selfless. We've nothing left for them to take.
New zone edit in LE was phenomenal. Yeah, true. That was pretty cool. Like the one like
People still trapped inside.
in the skies, basically, with the bridges and stuff, right? That was pretty nice.
Thank you.
Only I can wear some item actually. And this.
Go back to your griffin, thieves!
I look very funny, man, with the rope. It's on 200 axe and throwing devices. Like, what is actually going on here? Okay, now we got this here. There's a chance to drop double the wine course. That seems very good, actually. I wonder for how long. Okay. So the big AoE, so we actually hit shit. They deal up to +5 fire damage after 8 seconds. Interesting. Now they just start to burn. Yeah, I wasn't really going to stay on Titan Quest for a long, Ronnie. Didn't want to bother switching now. The big thing today is the PoE reveal. So I'm just gonna stay in the PoE category now.
God's curse. That looks like everyone. Meet me in the center of the village.
This is the third. Well, not another attack. I'll protect the villagers. You take care of the cultists.
Not bad. But now I don't have that many cores. Yeah, I spent 9.
Griffin. Don't forget to destroy the griffin's nest too. We can't risk another griffin moving in.
Now, I wonder what I should choose as the second mastery if I'm gonna go with this. I guess you'll check a little bit what we actually got here. Sentry. Fires bolts. You can't see a preview or something like that, right? Okay. Chains. Pulls enemies. And divine calls towards you. No cost, 10 seconds cooldown. 30 energy, 3 divine cores. Minefield. Ironclad. Costs 2 divine cores per second. Metal welding. Reaches stage every 1 second as you channel. Gain 40% increased weapon damage per stage for 3 seconds after the channel ends. So it's like the Smith of Kitava. 40% weapon damage is kind of legit though. The armor explodes. Tempered arsenal. Emit an aura. Okay. Armor and weapon damage. A lot of glancing chance. 30% weapon damage converted to fire. Interesting. So the other auras had 100%. Force field. No cost, 8 seconds cooldown. Enemies affected deal 10% less damage, returns some movement speed. Okay, so if you really want to do like a real Forge build, I guess you have to mostly work with the Blight Trap, the Sentry, and the Forge Call. Maybe a bit of Minefield, but the rest is just kind of buffs, auras, and whatever. So you basically have the main thing online already. Yeah, I think we would have to have some other mastery that somehow synergize with this, but I don't know what that would be. So it says that summons only get buffed by actual summon effects, which I'm not sure like where we find those. I guess some items have like summon damage or something, which means I cannot scale other damage at the same time, like lightning or fire or this or something. So there's not really any synergy. So I think I should probably just have one backup skill that does something when I'm out of the Divine Cores. And otherwise just like try to scale the summons as much as possible. And I realized that nothing here actually costs any energy. So we can either reserve all of our energy, just go to Giga Auras. Or we just have some other skill that we just kind of spam, we don't really care about mana otherwise. Sentry is broken, good you mean? Yeah, that's definitely something I want to try. It's crazy how many modifiers I have here. So I think something like Warfare would maybe make some sense. But maybe you can also do some other stuff. But, you know, for example, having like the extra armor aura here and then Warfare with the extra armor aura, you're gonna be like very tanky. You kite everything into a trap. But if you like more in the Sentry, you can do like more for range playstyle. Maybe combine it with Storm and like teleport around and shit. That could also be kind of cool. So maybe have these guys as like some Giga single target while you clean up the rest of like some lightning AoE skill or something. Hi Gris. You played Titan Quest 1 more than 2k hours, and this game won't even reach Titan Quest 1 level. I don't know, so far I'm very happy with the game. I think it has been pretty cool so far. This Titan Quest 2, yeah. But I'm gonna step out here again in a moment. Where's my my second mastery? Did we get it now? When did we get it? There's like this thing with the skellies. No, this is here actually. Okay. So here we'd have to make the decision now.
State your will. You have.
Yeah, but these traps are actually blasting, man.
You have been measured.
Thanks, Painlow. And Unitech, I missed that earlier. Appreciate the subs.
Worthy. Come
That is huge.
and receive your blessing.
You just press escape and choose later. Maybe I can just leave it like this, or what?
Rise. What
Oh, interesting.
blessed of the gods.
On a piece of a relic. Dirty energy. Okay, the completion bonus is, I guess if I have 3 of those, I get 30 energy, and otherwise I just get 5 res. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really want to see like a health bar above my character, man. Then it would be a lot more comfy.
I need to wait.
Getting equipment and room at any time. Let's take my equipped. Yeah, but I don't have any sockets, right? So where am I going? Do we go here? Seems like that's just like a dead end. Ah.
Not yet.
Yeah, this class is called Forge. And it has like devices and stuff.
No one's crazy enough to. What?
These traps are really strong, actually. They're just mowing stuff down, man. But yeah, I really wonder how it's gonna feel on bosses. I think it might be relatively awful on bosses. When you just like run out of cores and you can't really do anything. You also kind of like predict where to put the traps, because they can easily just like run out here like this. And then, yeah, kind of fucked. I wonder when they're gonna do the loot filters, I guess soon, because we get so much stuff. Yeah, summons have 14% increased activations, look at that. Yeah, actually, do we scale like, I don't know, in now? What do we do? What is this, knowledge? Like, this seems nice, but I wonder if these stats can actually appear on other loot as well. Weapon attack damage. Guess I have to like kind of check, okay, what's actually there. Here, so this is a cunning and agility light armor, and also has summons have all speed. It seems like it's just like another offensive stat that can roll on the pieces.
Need to wait.
Doesn't only spawn on kill, but on hits also. You have infinite in bosses. Ah, but it doesn't say that. It just said that it's on kill. And I haven't noticed yet them dropping from just hitting. But it might be like a boss thing where they just like keep dropping. I mean, if you can spam them like crazy, that would be really good then. Bosses. Then I don't need like a backup either for my master race. And I can just go like full forge and basically just like fill the rest with like auras and whatever. So I can do like forge warfare or something. I think would be a pretty good combo. Like I wanna be tanky, you know, run in there, tank the stuff in the traps like this. With a lot of armor. You can have leap in there, maybe the stomp. So that sounds kind of nice. I think it's Griffin time now, right? Anyway. So let's just finish the prologue, and then we go back to PV2. Is there like any other teasers and stuff? They have been like very quiet with teasers this time around, right? They only did like this 1 minute teaser real quick for the Druid, and besides that, they haven't really posted like any new uniques or anything, right? Like usually I always like post something like every day. This game is Titan Quest 2. There's a League Druid video on Reddit. Yeah, I heard about this, but I didn't watch it yet. I figured this is something they're gonna show later anyway, so I wanna see it then. Wait, where am I going? What if it just ain't ready? Dude, imagine GG announces today. Hey guys, Druid in January. That would be quite a plot twist, man. Okay, here's a Griffin, right? Let's see it. Now, where's that leak link? Dude, it's 1 hour until the reveal. Do you really need to see it now? Okay, so what do? We have 3 active points. More activations. It's not worth the wait for 1.0 for playing. No, it's not worth the wait. Game is already fun.
Come to bask in my presence,
How many of these can I have? Some limit 2. Oh.
My servants were weak, but I am as terrible as I am beautiful.
And now what? Where's my divine course? I think I got debated. Ah, okay, I got 9 somehow. Not sure how. Okay, so sometimes it just dropped a fucking big chunk. I don't quite understand why. Ouch. Holy. And now he moves out of the fucking traps. Oh my god. It was still a comparably like not bad kill, I think, but it is a bit weird with those traps. So I think if I have the sentry, this will probably be better for bosses like this, because they move. That's 40 health, huh? That's a lot of health.
asking too much.
Movement speed.
The cliff! Hurry!
Run as far as you like. I will always pursue. The
It looks
fates
so
have
Greek.
cursed us both. I am showing you mercy.
Yes, this is actually Titan Quest.
What will you do when she's no longer there to protect?
I just want to check the new mastery because I dropped yesterday. Kinda interesting. So I think next time I play Titan Quest I'm just gonna continue this guy and see how the Forge Mastery feels.
It's my fault she found you. When you used the mastery shrines, it must have alerted her.
Did they expand the game some? Yeah, yesterday was a new update. But it's still only in Act 1 and Act 2 right now. But they have a new mastery now, so you have like a bunch of combos of classes.
That was the goddess Nemesis. The truth is, she's wanted to destroy you since you were a baby. It's madness. I couldn't do it. What could an infant do to deserve eternal punishment? There, the boat. As long as you're on this island, Nemesis is a threat to everyone here. We need to leave. We need to
Okay,
sail for
we done it. Ok.
Go!
It is a bit weird though, I'm gonna say, with those cores. So unless there's like some good way to like generate them, like I would like to have some sort of passive regeneration of divine cores, maybe like slowly at least. Because sometimes I just walk around and can't even press the button once, and it's like okay, I have to like whack some shit, kill it, and then maybe get a core, and maybe that's enough. I will kill the other guy too, and then I have enough, and then I cast one thing. So it's kind of strange. Okay. We just can log out here, right? Okay. But yeah, we'll see this another time, I guess. For now, we are in PoE mode. Let me just log in, actually, while waiting. Cloud error. Beautiful. I'm gonna bring our blade back real quick. What? We can't log in? What's going on? Our Exile channel is live. Wait, why are the servers down? Beautiful. Here's like the cloud error. PoE is down. There's no patch for me. Party for MTX. Wait, I actually can't play this entire hour now? What am I gonna do? We're in the game 20 minutes ago and got a Reset Realm announcement. Yeah, it seems like they're just down. Like all the way into the reveal. F. Yeah, okay. I guess that's it. Unlucky. Exile, Twitch, where is it? Starting at 1 hour before. Okay, so we have this here for later. Oh, I forgot. I just see that MP is doing his 1 million stack deck project. Is he still doing that actually right now? Or is he also waiting that now? No, I guess he's chilling. Okay. So maybe later. I told him to join for that project a little bit at some point. He's open 250,000. Oh god. Today is Druid Days? No, it's next Friday. Did login spam. Who's excited for the Druid, guys? Like outside of like, okay, I'm curious to try it out. We hope we're ready for another lightning meta. Anyone remember the maintenance days and WoW on Wednesdays? Yeah, for me it was always in the morning. So I was usually in school. Why not have a bingo card? Yeah, I don't know. But I can make some predictions. So let's see. You guys can chime in if you want. I would say he has not nerfed enough. Life not buffed enough. Deflection, still scuffed. Let's start with that. Lightning, arrow, Giga nerf. Deadeye, barely nerfed. Going for the easy wins. True, true. Okay, what else? I mean, you had an Aziri teaser, so Aziri is definitely coming. Aziri. A real hot take, okay. What else? Hollow Palm Giga buff? I don't think so. Hollow Palm is pretty good. More alternative ascendancies. Okay, so which ascendancies would most likely get another... or which class will get another ascendancy? So that could be interesting. So I think Druid is gonna start with 2. Every class is always started with 2, basically, right? But yeah, we might get the 3rd Ranger or Sword, maybe? Yeah, people were talking about Val gems. I think that could be likely as well. If Aziri and Val Beam and stuff like that. People were talking about Incursion. I'm not sure if we're gonna get Incursion necessarily, but we do have Alva. And somehow Aziri needs to come to the present time, right? Double corruption. Could be fun. Monk Chayula is not played. Yeah, so the solution to Chayula not played, make another ascendancy that competes with Chayula. Good strat. I think first fix Chayula. I mean, Chayula is actually pretty good now. I don't really have a lot of issues with Chayula. One thing they could do is like make the darkness scale more in late game, because it's kind of like just an early game tool, and then it doesn't really have like any kind of like journey after that. So if they make it like scale with your uncapped Chaos Rest, for example, that could be cool. You can just stack Giga Chaos Rest and get a lot of darkness, for example. And that would be an alternative to ES, maybe. Hunter's third ascendancy. I don't know. I say Ranger, Sork, third ascendancy. Hunters is still relatively fresh, I think. What other WoW mechanics would there be? WoW side rooms surely won't be enough. I mean, we have seen that they kind of like combine stuff, right? Like Abyss is not just Abyss, but you know, it has also these extra boss encounters and whatever, right? And it also came with the whole crafting thing. And realistically, I would expect a bit more like updated crafting than just, oh, now you have double crots, maybe sometimes. So there might be like some actual, you know, real crafting system behind the whole WoW stuff. It's still Abyss though. Yeah, kinda. Herald of Thunder still a top herald. You expect an in-map mechanic more than Incursion? I mean, basically everything they have added so far is an in-map mechanic though. Right, Abyss is an in-map mechanic. Delirium, Breach, Ritual. Maybe Delve. Yeah, I feel like Delve would be very cool, but in the end, the entire Atlas is Delve. So I think until they change something big about the Atlas, I'm not really sure if they're actually going to do Delve at all. $500 bear skins. Div cards isn't small. A small feature like div cards. I mean, div cards must be coming before 1.0 or with 1.0 at the latest. But I really hate div cards, man. I don't want div cards. Why not both? Gory, but mostly D4. But I mean, they have people that have a div card design, right? Were you able to purchase this actually for PoE2? Or was it only gifted? Like, I have a unique design, but a lot of other people have div card design. And I mean, I guess it could change that, right? If they said, okay, we changed our minds, we're not going div cards anymore, and now we have the option to design something else. It was just puzzle box, yeah, so it's actually very few people in that case, I guess. So I guess they would have the option to maybe just give everyone a unique or something. D4 during the day, PoE2 during the night. It releases supporter packs a day. Will we be able to use the MTX immediately? Actually, I have no idea. I think generally, yeah, right? Because they want to sell the packs with the announcement. So I guess this is also why the servers are down, because they're probably patching it and they have the MTX go live. You make the div card drop the unique, so you better make it good just in case. Fair. Yeah, I'm still torn if I want to make my unique, like, you know, like a very accessible unique that, you know, you just find and you can use on the many builds, or if it's supposed to be like some really like high-end thing that is like maybe more build defining and like more specialized and like really hard to get, but really good. Okay, what other predictions can we make? Any other like broad topics to predict on? So we have some classes, ascendancies, general buffs and nerfs, so maybe what else is there? No new weapons. I mean, okay, that's a kind of a no-brainer, right? It's basically just the talismans that people are expecting for the transformation. I think it's not even worth mentioning. Make it a unique that turns you into Diablo. 50 plus passive tree nodes. Dude, this fucking passive tree is growing and growing, man. Act 5? Nah, I don't think they're gonna do Act 5 or Act 6 before 1.0. I think the interludes is what we got for Dispatch and the next, and then launch is like, okay, full campaign, but it's gonna be like, you know, fresh, never seen before, 100%. Broad topics, that really gets 4 more booba. That's a lot of booba, actually. We work some activities like Expedition, looks weak, even useless. I mean, Expedition itself is fine where it works, it's just undertuned in terms of rewards, I think, right? So this seems like something that's very easy to fix. They could just like fix it by, okay, you have like one more turn, and every item starts at least at rare and not at magic, or something like that. And that would already make Expedition much better. You wouldn't add a druid font to the predictions? Why not? I'll tell you, it's not a moonkin. Yeah, it's not exactly a moonkin. It's more like, you know, the form is not a form that has skills, basically. That's what I'm saying. You already know what it is. Fucking monkeys. I think pay one rock for all of them would be too good. I mean, PoE1 Rogue is what PoE2 Expedition is. They just suck. So that's what I just meant. You know, they should add one more turn and make all the items start at rare. And then we can see from there how good it is. But that would already help this a lot. I haven't watched the league. Many people here do. That's fine. I didn't claim that I know the future. I just predict. It's fine. Am I opening stack decks after all? Yeah, I just realized that I forgot about that. And now I checked and MP is stalling us as well. So I don't think he's opening right now. So maybe later. We'd like more work on recombination machine. I find myself barely using it. That's true. We can definitely recombinator and expedition forgotten. Let's mention. Let's add that to our predictions. Disparage. Homogenizing. Nerfed or deleted. I'd like to see more reforged recipes. I don't think they will do that. I think they specifically wanted to get away from the, you know, vendor recipe stuff. I mean, they already have this like amulet recipe, and that kind of surprised me already. Is Panda still the most disparaged? Yeah. I think Chronix is competing with Panda. Roa nerf, sure. Roa nerfed. Or deleted. Hopefully. What else? Do I have like some... Wait a minute. Did I make some feedback video or something? Do I have some document? I don't think I have that anymore. Okay, unlucky. Sprint buffs? I don't think so. Soap is gonna unfollow me when I mention Roa nerf. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Better optimization. Yeah, this is something they usually don't mention though on like the reveal and stuff, so we have no idea until we actually play it if it's better optimized and, you know, loading times are better and stuff like that. Right now I wouldn't hold my breath. There's a 1.5 gigabytes update, yeah, the same TX. Buff to fire skills. Are we talking about Zorks or what? I guess generally Zork buffs are in order. Not sure if like that's only fire related. They should buff Lightning Arrow for sure. You assume it comes out during Q&A and with Delirium Fog. Yeah, so last time, it was very strange. So last time I did a Delirium map with a mirror, and I had the original map music and not the Delirium music. I'm not sure why. Did it change something about this, or was it just a bug? And I mean, I was very happy that I had the original music and not the Delirium music. But I would like an option to just turn off the fucking Delirium. I did not even touch Roar. Yeah, I tried it very briefly and I did not like it at all. Ah, here, update. I wonder if I can log in now. It's over, Roar Bros. Val gems. Okay, Val gems could be a thing. I could imagine that they're coming back. But maybe they don't work exactly the same as in PoE1. Because PoE1 is kind of like a clunky mechanic with how they work. Make more chaos skill, not only essence drain contagion, big buff to chaos skills. Yeah, I guess Shadow will bring a bunch of like chaos stuff and so on, right? But I mean, Witch has a bunch of chaos stuff now. What is that now? Sup? I think Druid wants to be tied to weapon or Druid Ascendancy class. Okay, so I could imagine that the two basic Druid forms are available with the weapon, and then maybe one of them is an Ascendancy specific form. Maybe. A review of last league. Ah. My honest review, but do I have this document still? Official patch notes. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Okay, we can get some inspiration at least. Gems, loot, campaign, abyssal, etc. Okay, performance, deflection, energy shield, lightning arrow. I mean, mentioned all the stuff already. Expedition, item rarity. Yeah, I think item rarity probably no changes. Okay. So. Ah, we can log in. Fog. Where's my Witch Hunter? We picked our weapon, kind of, but maybe we're gonna blast a little bit of this one last hurrah. Okay. No changes to item rarity. Recombinator buffs? I don't think so. Lightning build nerfs. I mentioned lightning arrow. I'm not sure if there's other lightning builds that I need of nerfs. I think it's mostly lightning arrow, no? What else? I was gonna blast the map or two for fun. Does it actually show me where I was last time? It seems so. That's actually the map I was last doing. Okay. New lineage supports, buffed lineage supports, Delph. I don't think they're gonna bring Delph. I'll be kind of surprised, but maybe. Okay, I have to remember that there's all this stuff here. So there's emergency reload, Stonecaller. Okay. I have 2.6k life, man, Monka. Yeah, I don't know, is removed from gear, new weapons like sword, types axe, one of the missing ones. Yeah, I mean, we need new classes for that though. Like, they can't just add in like an axe without like a marauder or a sword without a duelist. Like, how's that gonna work? I mean, okay, technically they could, but there's no point in doing that because that is the entire fucking class, right? If the swords are ready, then they're gonna introduce the duelists. That's the whole point. Yeah, I have homogenizing nerfs already. Exactly, there's no way they're gonna like introduce random like new weapons. That is, you know, the class is the weapon. Or rather the other way around, like the weapon is the class. If they have the weapon ready, they have the class ready. If explicitly only add the weapons to match a class identity. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be kind of interesting to see what they're gonna do with Shadow, for example, right? Because Shadow has daggers, claws, and traps. There's 3 fucking weapons. I could imagine they're not gonna make claws. Is there anything with claws? Or is that like a thing? No, right? So dagger is a thing, but claw is not a thing. So I think claws might just not exist, actually. But at least you're gonna have daggers and traps. Claws. Claws. I mean, you know, fist weapons. Crazy ritual here. We like lineage supports, now I mentioned that earlier. I don't think there's a reason to buff them. There's so many good lineage supports. I mean, some of them might need like a bit of tweaking or so, but this is not really something major, I think, for now. The Sanctify crossbow, yeah. Unlucky. I'm so much weaker than I used to be, but I guess it doesn't matter. We're absolutely destroying with this anyway. Let's see the boss. But you move a little bit faster with your onslaught at least. You have 10% extra movement speed. So that's kind of neat, I guess. So I guess for map clear, it's probably kind of similar. But boss will be worse. But I mean, this build is like so OP anyway, so who cares? I can definitely notice a lower boss damage there. Post-sanctification. What is this loot filter we have here, actually? That is the wrong fucking filter. Okay. Wonder how good Abyss will be when it's not in almost every map. I mean, you still have tablets to add Abyss to your maps, right? So you can run it every map if you want. And I mean, it still has like ridiculous crafting outcomes. Unless they like really got it or something, right? I mean, it could happen, but I do expect Abyss to be kind of like a mainstay now for crafting for now. Man, I'm not sure if I can get around playing a crossbow again next league. It's just so much fun. Playing this like auto shotgun stuff. Dude, if I find a Lament crossbow, I'm absolutely making a glitch. With Lament crossbow and Galvanic or something. Where the fuck are all these rituals? What the hell? I don't know if they need to nerf Abyss crafting. Yeah, they have to at very least nerf the homogenizing Exile, which is actually not Abyss. But even with like lower availability, in general, I feel like the power level of items is like very high. So at very minimum, they need to nerf the skill ranks on weapons, I think, and the essences, and then homogenizing crafts, and I think we would already look much better there. Textural crystallization, huh? Sure. Homogenizing nerf is better done with adding more affixes like influence and other stuff. Yeah, but the problem is that homogenizing is also, it's not just OP, but it's also something that is like hard for people to understand. And that comes with its own set of issues, right? I mean, I'm fine with that, but I don't think a lot of people really understand even how it works. Let alone go, you know, to the effort of, okay, looking up the stats and then, like, you know, doing exactly the right upgrade or something. I've seen issue with it, people just gotta learn. Yeah, but it's not that, it's like, it's not just you learn it once and then you know how it works. You have to like do this like on every fucking slot and every fucking league whenever they add like new stats or something, right? Because you always have to go check and learn it again every single time. And I think that will overwhelm people, and especially with like, you know, more and more crafting making its way into the game. You know, we're gonna get more crafting this league, we're gonna get more crafting in the next league and the next league, and suddenly we're like, you know, in PoE 1 again. With mechanics like homogenizing exiles, plus, you know, multiple of those things layered on top of each other. And yeah, this is like a very slippery slope, I think. This is mostly why I think it's a bad idea to have this in the first place. I mean, it's okay for crafting to be somewhat complex in some ways, and you know, not everything is just like, you know, YOLO, okay, you know what you get. But something like homogenizing exile is definitely one of the worst offenders, I think, when it comes to making it user-friendly. Or not, rather. I'm going to play Diablo or PoE. We're gonna focus first on Diablo and then PoE, probably in January. All the other stuff has to be removed, like whittling, etc. Yeah, maybe, but the other stuff is so rare that it's effectively non-existent for most people, right? Like whittling. I think I found one whittling ever or something, so it's not a big deal. But if anything, I would like to see more crafting being added that is like some sort of like in-the-moment crafting. Like I talked about this the other day, but you know, stuff that actually allows you to use crafts for your own gear in Trade League. And not just, you know, oh shit, I got a whittling. Let me sell it for like 17 divines or something. You know, like I want that everyone can use those things and not feel bad about using them on their own trash gear, right? Like for example, you know, you go through the map, you open the Abyssal Depths, and then at the end of the Abyssal Depths there is like the fucking crafting altar for whatever craft. And, you know, you have to use it or it's gone, right? It's not an item that you can just pick up and then sell to someone. And I think that would make a lot of systems a lot more interesting. And, you know, crafting would become a much more interesting journey, I think. You know, it's a bit like the, you know, Tiny's Trial in Betrayal or something like that. I love that shit. And, yeah, it would be fun to have these sort of things. Or I guess in general Betrayal has a bunch of mechanics like that, right? Where, okay, you can like make your amulet into a talisman with the beast guy and so on. So that'll be cool, you know, stuff like that, where it's like, okay, you can't sell it to someone really. You just have to do it. I mean, technically you can invite someone and they use it, right? But realistically, this is like not really something that most people will do. I can't fucking... Dude. Let me click. Okay. So not like PoE 1 harvest. I don't want harvest exactly, but yeah, I mean, I kind of went in that direction, right? I'm thinking more about like last Epoch here when I talk about this. Like last Epoch has these monoliths, sorry, like crafting echoes, and you know, you just use them, and then at the end you get like a certain craft, and then you use it on your item. And you know, if they keep adding these like really high-end crafting mechanisms, most people will never even try them a single time ever, because they will always just sell it to someone. And while it's fine that this is an option, I think it sucks that there is all this like really fun crafting stuff that no one will ever see. Besides like, you know, the top 0.1% or something. And I think that's just kind of shitty. Ah, I forgot I have this nice charm here. The Spirit of the Boar. 20% dex as fire, 20% reduced damage taken. Classic. I don't even want to craft anything, so let's not pick up anything. How long is the reveal? 50 minutes, okay. That's what I do. PoE 1 crafting is so confusing, you just sell everything. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a huge problem. Especially for a game like this where like, you know, the crafting is like so satisfying and it's so much fun to like make good gear and stuff like that, I think. And yeah, I mean, you know, there's this comment about, okay, you get rewarded for researching the craft. Yeah, sure. And that is still fine that this is a thing. But I think some stuff just goes too far, you know. And I think this is one of those cases, like homogenizing. Like, on number one, it's like too OP, and number two, it goes too far with like how much knowledge you need, I think, for most people. Been playing P1 prior to the full release too. And this crossbow stuff is just so fun. I definitely have to do this again. Also like the movement speed you have while attacking and stuff. Holy. Now where everyone's riding on Aurora, shooting lightning. Right. Markbird looks like an old UE build from D3. Yeah, but it's like ice and not fire. But a little bit like that, yeah. Definitely feels a bit like Multi-Shot the Age. A lot of people really love this build. I made a guide on this and had a lot of good feedback. Greater Exile and Greater Regal for one guy, that's funny. I went to a Spark build and was awesome. Haven't tried that yet actually. I had a lot of fun with my Ice Chrono though. So I might do more Sork. If they buff Sork a little bit, I'll do another Sork later this league. Like 0.4 I guess. Tap the guy. Okay, I have 200k subscribers, but only 60 people watching. Because you're watching a live stream on YouTube and not where people normally watch live streams. But I appreciate everyone being here anyway, no matter which platform. You assume crafting is 0.3 obliterated, never seen again. Nah. They need to do more crafting, not less crafting. And I mean, Abyss was a really, good league for that already. But we're not there yet. So I expect that every single league for the next like 3, 4, 5 leagues or so is gonna introduce more crafting mechanisms. In some way. Until we actually have like some sort of like, a decent overall crafting system. And then you can like fine-tune it there. The ratio does not add up. Well, and I explained why. 390. Yeah, that's how it works. 390.
Goodbye.
What? My Snatch type of Visual Affinity does not have enough space? For this Omen? What the fuck is going on? What? It's not in the... Okay, this is not in ritual tab, this is why there's no thing here. Okay. Crazy. And another one. Oh, I guess they changed this from nothing to ritual, but there is nothing in the ritual tab. So this might have been in the update now, right? That's funny. Yeah, they hotfixed it, but they didn't add anything to the tab. Yeah, because like 2 days ago or whatever it worked. It just went to my quad tab. But now not anymore. Okay, how long? 10 minutes. Also one more. Gonna have fun blasting a little bit right now. It's been so long since I played this guy. Time to load the popcorn. You hope to get something poison based, like a Sanity or proper builds. I mean, you heard Pathfinder for poison stuff right now, right? And then once Shadow comes out, you're gonna get Assassin probably for some poison stuff. You have Chayula, I guess, that can do poison stuff. Signing are still going to be meta leveling for a lot of classes. The chances for that are near zero, I think. I'm kind of miffed about the wolf skills. Why? Oh, maybe I should add a Wisp to my predictions. I think they're gonna do something about the Asmeri spirits. They seem like they're very undercooked for a while. Could have made some nice update there. Oh, this actually connects there, right? We probably have to go left and then inwards. Okay, log in, guys. watching it. Guess we can do a pin for this. There's a link for later. I think it's not live yet. Resource not found. But yeah, basically right after the stream I think the link should be live. It's so loud. Really? Oh yeah, it's because I still have my sound boosted for Chrome. 1 second. Because yesterday the D4 livestream was very low volume, so it should be better now, I guess. Jonathan Rogers releases his own AI. Dude, imagine. They seem to clone like Chris Wilson 10 times and develop PoE 3. Hey Reindeer, thanks for that, man. 1 year. I'm doing great, yeah, hope you too. Basically all streamers talk over shit at some point. Yeah, it's kind of the idea of like watching it together and watching it on a stream like mine instead of the official one, right? But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take notes as well for later. 20 seconds. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. I'm gonna get a drink actually.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Oh, what happened? Oh, okay.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you
Why
a
didn't you
question.
watch this too? Yeah, it's our
What's
friend.
wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
That's very cool. Oh, they are actually making code skills for the Wolf. That's nice. We were talking about this actually. Oh! It is actually like a wyvern. Holy shit. Okay. Good job, man.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the Forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While
It's really cool how the ground
many of
shatters.
your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar.
Oh, look at the glowing runes, pretty cool.
Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks
Thanks,
you
I'm
will
sorry,
get.
on.
But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow.
What
Ever
the
wondered
hell?
what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies.
Pretty cool.
The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
I think the wolf form is really well
Just like
done.
with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using
Animations look really good, I
Arctic
think.
War Cry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, Let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range.
I wonder if they allow you actually 360-degree movement with
In order to
WSD.
help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf
Look at the
form as
eyes
well.
glowing.
And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
It's cool how the field also burns.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges.
Oh boy.
You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
That's cool.
And the sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Interesting.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
What the fuck?
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
This is
There are
okay.
other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class
Just
for now.
fucking Meteor Man. Boom.
The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release we create a new league, with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the Fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
A lot of ass in these trailers.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple.
Yeah, it looks more synthesis than incursion actually. It's like a mix of synthesis and incursion, I guess.
Different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger, and larger, and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Atziri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item.
Wow.
But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
What the fuck is that animation?
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeperlatl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with
Or
all
more
that
limbs.
aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many
animation?
runs so you can do them later at your leisure and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Veil, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Veil herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Veil League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Oh shit.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement.
That's very nice.
But on that note, Fate of the Vial does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings.
This one looks so cute.
This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursors map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's Level Up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Oh, pretty cool reveal. I think the druid looks pretty awesome. What is your favorite form, guys?
Exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vow secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly.
I could imagine that maybe after the league is over, they're gonna like tune down the temple crafting a little bit. I feel like this is a lot of stuff they added there. And if I remember correctly, I don't really liked Synthesis League back then, but this is basically Synthesis League again, and with a Valve theme instead. And I don't think that was really too well received.
Welcome back, Exiles. To the
So I'm really excited to see how this will go this time.
Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration. demonstration.
content than
videos.
expected.
Yeah, I
Really?
think one of the issues that we
I don't
have
think
is
so.
like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of
I
forget
think there's
to
a
be
lot
like,
of stuff
okay,
in
let's
this
actually make
patch.
sure the damage
Looks
numbers
very
that
good,
we're
I
doing
think.
on this like test
I'm
character we're
definitely
filming
excited
here
for it.
are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know the like you know we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it.
Right,
like, there's good
right.
demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, I want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw druid gameplay out to people to understand.
Sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so
Some game
different
change those
that it's
tablets
actually
only.
hard to judge.
Yeah, the tablets, you can make them rare now.
like
There's
they
less
even
monsters,
play.
but juicier.
And I'm happy from my hands-on to say that. Like, it's
I mean, you have the new mechanic, I guess.
Smooth, the shape-shifting of it.
They didn't talk about homogenizing exiles and stuff, so we'll see, I guess, in the patch notes.
Sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the classist, like the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, you know, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The Wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like Wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I have played I've played the latest iteration of the endgame with like the rebroke towers and the tablets and stuff like that. And it felt pretty solid to me. And now you have a tablet to like put Abyss everywhere, and you have the new unique mechanic. So, you know, you're gonna do something like, I don't know, Irradiate, Delirium, Abyss, or Irradiate, Ritual, Abyss, or Irradiate, Delirium, Ritual, or something like that, right? So I think it's gonna be generally fine with like endgame and how it works. And they say, okay, like big endgame rework is in 0.5, which already confirms that April will not be 1.0 launch, which I think makes the August 1.0 launch very likely. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. Patch notes in 2 hours.
Speed boost while you're on 4 legs, like as a wolf. Just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, yeah, there's even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So, you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. Yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class is
that time isn't sure what I want to do, actually. I like the wolf stuff,
kind of like work together.
But I think I might actually try a caster if I start my first druid. I think I'm going to work on a caster druid.
Way better than everything else.
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like
yeah, both your sinuses seem like somewhat caster related,
actually. Into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things last for a long time. The problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly just, it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I'd say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form. And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support general. Like,
does my link work now?
It's putting the new.
I see chat right. Being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit
no,
that
this
I
one
did already.
This one says not available. So what is this?
Let's say fixed.
Okay. This is the link they gave me. What a stream today.
So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. Right. Like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
so they have physical damage.
I don't know. We'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because, like, the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's, like, ridiculously powerful. That feels, like, way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's, like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have.
That was a lot of chill.
I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know. I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah.
It says requires talisman.
Like, what's the problem? You know.
Yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like, the idea of, like, why are things, like, so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like, there's maybe in the future you're like, oh, well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I
there.
mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Like, it's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like, I do like the idea of being like a druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. And stuff.
That's kind of insane, man. What the fuck is this?
It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you got plants, and you got like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them.
Where's the wolf?
That was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there.
But I feel like the three elements, the three forms kind of make sense, right? One cold, one fire, one lightning. Kind of goes with the PoE theme.
Speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe.
It's kind of funny because initially I said Wyvern, and I was actually right.
Is ranged. Like, it's not really, it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like, there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually, like as well, like energy recharge. I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cool.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea,
whatever.
or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know. The fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings.
much dragon lore to pull from. I
know.
got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah,
that sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation.
Yeah, I think you don't choose the Wyvern form for the talisman. It's only the other two.
In a dual way, so there's like.
I guess it's only like when you have these skills.
Thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it. Where it's
Did you see that?
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this.
It has a default attack, so you have to be able to choose it.
To be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same.
Maybe it unlocks after certain levels of talisman, or maybe there's like certain talismans for the Wyvern and others for the other two.
Part of the beauty of the game.
Right, there's different types of talismans.
Oh, yeah,
like implicits, basically.
I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear. I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the zealot's oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually like. You're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of. I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE ones, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But, it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But, yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy. And I know there's a Rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it, like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. Cool. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually. Like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like... And so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. But we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and you know, and I don't just
Wait,
mean
can't it
energy,
just
I
make
mean
like a volcano build,
mechanics, right?
and then use like the slam totems to slam them over and over?
It is nice we finally
I think that could be fun.
a class in every different part of the tree.
So you play like a fucking warrior. Just slam the fucking volcano.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then like I have to
I think I might try something like that actually.
I saw the shaman one. I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw
Just
the oracle.
gigantic
You guys had like
projectile spray.
130 extra passives. So far.
Volcanoes destroyed after
do you
10
do this to
slams.
yourself?
Okay,
Like,
that might be a bit of a struggle.
It's fun
because it's cool. Because it's cool. There
That's
really
the
is
best
no other
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits period.
Initially, I always do write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
I kind of strange that it's physical.
And so it's that, and I
But
mean,
I
even
guess
the shamans, like runes revealing.
It would have to be chaos
powers,
damage,
like,
and
we're
then poison
setting
is the dot
ourselves
version,
up
right?
for
So I guess maybe that makes sense
a large
then.
amount of cumulative time over the.
You can still poison with
right?
them, I
Any
guess.
rune we add, anything like we have to add and consider
oh,
the
no,
shaman
we'll do that as
stats,
well.
and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives. And every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
20% more priest build up quicker than more chance to be shocked.
Lich.
That's actually kind of wild. Well, just like this thing lasts fucking 12 seconds.
And maybe there's more. Well, you never know.
That thing is insane.
Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But
yeah, Thunderstorm is ridiculous. I mean, you need some strength for it.
I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swap. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and
I wonder if the planner is not up to date or something, or maybe they changed this game a little bit. This is 2020,
and spell damage and that kind of stuff.
And this is
like,
17,
for most of
17.
the start of the class.
I think you need
won't
level
worry about
18
it,
or
but as
level
you get deeper in,
19 for
and
curses
if you
to
wanna do
apply
hybrid
to
spell
all
attack,
monsters,
you are
right?
going to have to, you know, think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think
Okay, you
about
need level
and understand
18.
how that works, but the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No, you don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because
So you need like almost 100
really
strength
here. Like
to use
it'll
this.
swap to the weapon set that
It's
can
a lot of
use the
strength
ability,
actually.
So therefore you don't have to actually tweak a bit. You just
If
put
you want
it
to
in
do fun
and it
stuff, but it's very powerful.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff.
Yeah, we checked this in a second.
Automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like
same here also, you need like around 100 strength.
Mostly that's just because
Actually,
you're in a
no.
situation
Yeah,
where
not
both
necessarily.
weapons
There's
use
no
both.
level
You
restriction.
have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much
But I need the
simpler, you don't have to
charges.
worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity.
Can we see it here somehow?
All right, so we'll move on now.
I can click on
to
this, but nothing
Fate of
happens.
the Val expansion, and there's definitely more of
Okay.
a like, clear
It doesn't
divide
really show.
between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separate.
Like, they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't,
not
they
at
don't
all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, they're
exactly.
not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few things going on there. So, like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign with different events.
Dude, this Echo and Cry seems
And part of
ridiculous.
the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms. Like it's kind of a bit simpler. Like
can you just use this with the volcano?
You pass the sort of key points.
You do like volcano, you do this thing, you get free slants every time.
You've got a little more story.
Like, is that for real?
It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of, you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Val sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
The Peru 1 style, you know, betrayal basement. You know, you just okay. So there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a
basement in the mudflat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's
it's,
not
it's a
super
matter of
jarring
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones
You know
around
my
it.
class
Like, what was
already?
this thing? And, like, we just thought,
Yeah, I definitely want to
like,
start Druid,
how
you
the
know, and
culture
explore
here
the
had
class.
reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin.
There's a lot of
so
stuff to
long
try
ago
there.
in this location. And that
I'm thinking about Caster
Yeah,
Druid
okay,
actually.
Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league.
Do you have any idea what the skill jump
didn't have,
corruptions
like, the
do?
depth of content and stuff that you needed, and then with 030, I think
But
we
you can
did
only
a lot
do this in
better. Like,
Farlops though, no? What's the
became a lot better,
difference?
but I still don't think we quite.
Double
got there in
corrupted.
terms of, like, the
never mind,
tier
okay.
level kind of.
Yeah, and then this one here, I think, like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, post-release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like, it needs to be quite sizable and good, and it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've.
This is gonna be so much fun. Like on hardcore, it's gonna be so cool because you'll always like keep building a character, right?
And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when we, I think that one of the things. So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah,
Why are we building the
followed
dungeon?
Your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
That's a
the
PoE
funny
thing, I guess.
about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Then everyone's going to think that the game was inspired by Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like
19 users.
a week later or something. You sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was just it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. So just that dungeon design.
Oh,
thing
there's
is
only
really
limit
fun
one.
for me.
Okay.
Tile placing.
Yeah,
good, right?
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill at Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on
you
that
can,
grid.
yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
yeah. I mean,
Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill at Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course.
Doing good. How about you, man?
Pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can
new season's coming. Yeah, next week is all of action.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs
nice.
If you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that
I wonder how much they nerfed
about a little bit,
personally,
but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
This seems OP.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other.
Wait a minute. Can you sanctify this thing to get -1 on the pierce?
Get a similar thing here.
And then it works on bosses? That'll be insane.
The temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff
Hi,
we
Nico,
can
by the way.
obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right.
What's my league start? I'm gonna do Caster Druid most likely.
It's honestly hard to
Or
say
Wolf, maybe.
if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except, depending on, honestly, having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed, instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
thought about it, but it can, I could see, because I was just thinking about it going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear. Then
that's my default starter. I haven't decided.
To like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with. I mean, even if it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking
Zero
about.
did something to me.
That's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Aside from bringing about the end of the world,
you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like. It's
yeah. So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why I did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game? You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
I mean, the temple, we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if, people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign. And it's like, we really have to incentivize that to make it so that, no, there's actually worth doing. Like, you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, it seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like, you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you, obviously, an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what
it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropped dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak.
You're getting a lesser jewels or bin Keth or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Varlorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So you have to Varlorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many, many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So
you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Varlorbs there as well. To kind of
I didn't want the Varlorbs to just. I mean, you still use them on light waystones or whatever, but I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not
is
Adziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, for obviously thematic thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that, like, while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where, like, it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like
incompatible item
infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here and, you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has, like, Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you can also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like, it, you know, a bunch of stuff, so...
a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems.
it doesn't quite. So, I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know? So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of like,
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that. I would say that's like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On
well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of
the act is less than a year.
What cost decisions? The classic, you know, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, you know, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas.
I mean, you're not in a rush, I guess.
But right now, nothing.
All right.
There's
so
still
on
time.
Endgame, firstly, thanks for not being the delirium fog. You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, you know? So that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, you know, like how, like people are finding waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the you know, having to go somewhere else and get it, you know, like it just made it not, not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about you know, like which league do you want to run for different, you know, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's
what do you think of Druid? It looks so cool, I think.
Like if every league gave you something that you needed
and
to
lots of variety,
do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream,
well,
like,
no,
you know,
I think it's like an hour or so.
just like waystones, they all get regular. They'll have the regular crafting with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that you know, it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which you know, helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, you know, like how can we get back the, you know, like the power you had. So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Puppet League, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're bit of trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like. Which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
so I do want to put people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it end game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your Atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing. Now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about.
It always turns out to be a lot more than anticipated, right? 1 year early access.
Too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do. So we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah. Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps where it's like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure.
They're going to stop the one skill spam build metas.
You mentioned that, but
and
there's also another
PoE2 is very much based around combos most of the time, though, right? There's not many builds that are only just like one skill spam, I think.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so
but I can do both, I guess, depending on the setup.
We this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain.
What time's the free season out in UK? I think 4 p.m.
Overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things, because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spear
right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand, because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. Right. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. It feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure
makes
that
all sense. I think what he's talking about.
If you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content. And so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like, killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just, it
does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as like, relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icons type things. And it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Yep. But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Stop tracker bug. This Twitch buggy piece of garbage. Maybe I refresh. Sometimes it doesn't show properly.
But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we?
Work.
I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
The
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon. So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
That's kind of cool,
You
actually.
can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so, it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this
they
seemed
did
like
show the
I love
MTX
rare icons. But I was definitely a victim of the, I'm only looking at the minimap now. So it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing here...
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is
roguelike mode.
What your gear does. That does make gear more
kind
important.
of, I guess.
I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes. I mean, couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you know, you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with, well, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is. You know,
just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
You know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you because you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah,
you know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So yeah, we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, ignite support on the around the mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's some changes to, like, more prod speedy stuff. Because, like, we were, like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but
they did talk about Delirium, and they actually said it's going to be toned down, and there was also a bug that made it too foggy in some ways.
Different. Like, life's
so
really
apparently
easy to
that's
recover,
changing.
but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like, you still kind of
that is still the
aiming in
intention.
that
Yes,
direction?
that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and
you did say that ES is nerfed, so we'll see how
being
much.
cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good things bad. Well, bring them in. Not, whatever. You
want to make good things bad, quote of all time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, that's fine, which should be cool.
On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it is things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like.
So they're not actually nerfing it for this patch, huh?
Illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery.
All new notes on free on max
+1 to +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting.
They removed?
But anyway,
I particularly was... I particularly was like... I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them.
How do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular power. That still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it,
and
that
that's
might be
it.
part of it,
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine, and that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice,
right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities, but yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, there's of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you... Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. You know,
and the essence is only +5 on the stuff, while it's
like
+6 on one-hand offhand.
Just like finding different types of gear where it's like,
so it's something to think about.
Staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made
time.
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate.
Mana stack is the only bit that matters in the entire
where it's
game.
like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like...
I haven't actually tried mana stacking at all.
I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true.
What were people doing with that?
Hypothetically.
I know there was like some Blood Mage, Chaos Fireball stuff,
you're going
or something that I heard about. But I'm not sure if there's not a mana bit, no?
5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But
no,
the
they're not changing the levels at all.
The base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of 20 levels go by where it's I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas you get to end game and it's okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, and then it's which one's your bonk weapon? Which one am I just going to bonk things with, the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the end game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. They're not nothing make or break, but it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, it matters, in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, it's another one of these things where it's we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory.
Why?
It's what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we have to.
I am a warrior enjoyer, to be honest. So
we did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower.
What?
It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that in order to make it work. And it's this is the annoying thing. Is you if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value, but that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. We can't say the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is it's not that when you get that it just increases currency. It's through 10 layers of different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, overall in currency increasing.
You mean the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very
it's
difficult.
okay, I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex give?
Jesus,
What if we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
Through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
I if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
It's a funny discussion though.
Oh no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage?
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold
but ultimately people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to it needs to, or rather it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AoE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AoE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning, you know? It's like, be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like, it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat and it doesn't have enough, it is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast. Right, I got no.
I feel like Ritual is already like by far the most
I want to play for
mandatory
longer,
mechanic to do in a
spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like, you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows.
Ritual temperatures are quite low.
Right, that's better than what a bow can
Okay, I can't really speak to that
like,
because I was playing on the,
you
know, with my old stash and stuff.
Because there's an essence that can go.
And that can be fixed.
That's not
That's
intentional.
not a problem, I guess.
Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with
I think
self-sacrifice work.
I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Where's that from now?
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
Where can you see that?
Yeah, I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the League had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So, you know.
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is to an extent the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result.
Did they add a way to target build defining uniques? Yeah, we don't have like diff cards or something like that yet. I mean, some drops are from specific sources, like, there's like sort of boss drops and stuff. But besides that, it didn't really like change that in a big way, I think.
Gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So that's kind of our philosophy on that. So retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyper fixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? Like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Yeah, one mentions minions and one mentions all skills. So the typical spirit skills are like your auras and stuff, but minions also cost spirit. So minions are better and the rest is worse.
On the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more.
Well, it wasn't a hidden druid thing, so it's not for witch, of course, Wonkus.
Irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got, and it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What
Should we buy the game?
Not much else is really
next Friday you can play it for a weekend for free and try it out.
Move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit.
But the answer is yes.
On boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move faster. It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on...
Getting rid of the Asmari spirits.
Okay, cool. Thanks team.
They didn't say anything about them. I was expecting it would at least buff them or make them faster and whatever, but apparently no mention of that.
Really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what
Renounce
I mean?
movement.
I've seen Acolyte of Chayur get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that...
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like honestly some of it is like one node changed, some of it like for example Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid, I mean Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, Well, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So, pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's got a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on our...
That's a wild thing, just drop randomly.
Improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Pretty
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks...
definitely sounds like I'm going to make a Pathfinder patch.
A bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. Yeah. So here's the thing, now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. It specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing... I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again,
Rangers have ice skills. Yeah, they made like a snipe is like a cold skill. They have the freezing salvo, the escape thing.
The monster changes.
And they're having up some ice shot now.
Specific changes to monsters, all stuff. Vectors. Does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time. Nice. Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week.
There's no coolness in major parts of the tree. So yeah, it's like mostly like projectile stuff and so on, right?
Get more melee variety. I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention. It like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know we need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
Funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes. Some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean
gonna
we
play
think it's
tomorrow
in
in
the
D3.
right spot.
I'll do
At the
Necro.
end of the day, we've just
Hardcore
started
SSF.
going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like. I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well.
That was kind of funny.
Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
that might have
they
been
were like
a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah. Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
like,
not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between
Kinda
controller
expected,
and
I
mouse
guess,
and
at this point.
keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
And
yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen. But, like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But, yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But, yeah, like, next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because, like, the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And, you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it so I can
do
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller inventory. Oof,
yeah.
No.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really, really do. So, you know, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to do. Certainly by having, to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it, and
do.
Do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
Look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so the GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
It feels like
2
even
minutes.
still,
Oh shit! Patch notes are coming up.
occasionally you guys
Let's
are
go.
still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, already it's so much better now. We'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All right.
We will end there and let
no
people
one's interested
go
in listening to us
read
anymore.
the
They've got
the stuff. Everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
All right, let's check them out, guys.
Questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
I don't know which camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
All right.
Right.
What the fuck? Okay. No more yapping. Yeah, was enough for now. I can turn on my music again. Okay. Nice stream. It was nice to listen to some of the background though. It's always interesting to see what they say. I like listening to Mark and Jonathan. Alright, so let's just go through it from top to bottom, I guess. We're gonna try to skip a little bit through the stuff that I have already previewed. Just check if there's any surprises in there, and then we're gonna see the actual balance updates and stuff. Okay, 20 skills, 45 supports. I wonder if they have them all listed out somewhere. 10 new unique items, a new weapon class. Two-handed martial weapons for shapeshifting. Equipping a taskmaster shapeshifts you in animal form, grants you basic attack for that form. Okay. Added 4 new augment items with new modifiers you can craft onto your items. 4 new augment items. Interesting. So it's like specialized, like, I don't know, life augment and like speed augment or something like that, I guess. No patch node leaks. That's fine, you guys can obviously drop whatever you find in there. Abyss is a core mechanic. You can find Abyss encounters in specific campaign areas starting Act 2. Abyss tablets. Preserved vertebrae no longer drop. This is the desecrate for armor, right? Then you need a warrior. Oof. Okay, general improvements. Hope that you have the ground pollution for Abyss. That'll be nice. Okay, player changes. Here goes. Tailwind now grants 1% increased movement speed, 2% skill speed, 10% evasion, and prevent 1% of damage from deflected hits per attack. Okay, so deflect is new, speed nerfed, evasion nerfed. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65, previously 1.4. Okay. Modifies number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. Sure, I guess. The question is like, how big is the surrounded effect actually? Is that like in your presence? Because then it's like not that small, I guess. Right. Within 3 meters. That's actually very small. So this is effectively dead for any range build. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay. This means the rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Nice. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on a character until you have 10 or more. Okay, nice. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. It's mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters. Okay. Igniting aura effects, including igniting grounds, no longer apply infinite ignites. Ascendancy changes. Wind ward has been removed. Oh my god. Okay. Wait a minute, that is actually crazy. That is the 30% damage reduction. Yeah. Oof. Bullseye now acquires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness instead of 5. That sounds nice. But it is behind this, okay. We'll see. And a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye. While active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a mirage that uses targeted ranged attacks for a short duration that vanishes. Didn't we have that already? Wait a minute, I thought I remember seeing this, like, last patch or something. Power charges from lingering illusions nerfed. Are you talking about Cheula? This was a gem. So maybe they removed the gem. Okay. Or maybe you can do double mirages now. Contagious contamination has been removed. Okay, let's see that one. Most damaging poison enemies you kill is spread to other enemies. F. Particle remedies has been removed. Immune to freeze, shock, and ignite. I mean, Smith Cadaver has a note apparently that is immune to all elements, right? And here you have like only one. Running a sword and also grunts cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. Now that is something actually interesting. That is very good. Wait a minute. It gives you 50% less movement penalty and you can sprint without getting stunned. That is actually insane, I think. I mean, you still have this thing here. Wait, did I remove that? Relentless Pursuit? No, you still have to go through the Relentless Pursuit. Okay, so that is like a 4-pointer then, so I think this is very weak, but the payoff is pretty good. Yeah, I wonder if the Spirit Gem is still there for Meerscharger. How can we read patch notes? Yeah. Okay, Traveler's Wisdom now requires Pathseeker. Grants attribute passive skills, offer additional options. Okay, so this you have to pick this first and then you get it, okay. Now requires Pathseeker. What the fuck is Pathseeker? Ah. Add a new Pathseeker multi-choice ascendancy with the following choices. Path of the Warrior can allocate passives on a warrior starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate from the sorcerer starting point. Each choice also grants 4 passive skills. I mean, that is very cool, man. I love this. That is very cool. I'm definitely gonna make a Pathfinder this patch. Okay, but you have to take a notable to then get this. But I mean... Yeah, it's kind of a struggle because you first have to get through this run. And then you are in a completely different area of the tree where you most likely have to invest in a completely different stats. But you don't have any stats because all of your fucking pathing on your tree is this, right? So it's gonna be a real struggle. Like this is like the Astramentis class basically, right? But okay. Amazon, Elemental Search Reward, Grand Skill Elemental Search. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Search to gain free lightning surges. Oh, so it's only the lightning surge now? Surging Avatar reworked. I don't know how this works actually. I have not really tried this. I didn't find them very good. Okay, so here you had like 3 different elements, and now it's just lightning. But with any charge. When you consume a charge, trigger elemental surge. So you get all of them at once. 2, 2, 2. So you go either full lightning or you go all elements. Interesting. I actually found an Astramentis the other day. First one. Ritual sacrifice, still modifier duration is 82 to 120 seconds. That is very long. 140 seconds. It's like half the map, basically. So do like twice per map or something? 3 times, maybe? Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15 more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. I wanna see that. How does this thing work? Persistent AoE duration. Accumulate Blood Boils periodically. When they die, they pop applying. Okay. Blood Boil applies to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.5 seconds. More crowd than blood infliction. So it seems like this is just like a 50% more under all circumstances, as long as they're close range, right? That seems not bad for an Ascendancy, you know, just by itself even. And ritual sacrifice. Can be used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life and grant a random monster modifier. So the base duration is 140 seconds of quality. But you won't have quality on this, but 120 seconds. And then you can do like longer duration. You can get like a 3-minute buff. Sacrifice the cost of a rare monster, grant you its modifiers for a duration. That is kind of interesting, actually. Pocket Headhunter. Yeah, but you can choose, right? And you can avoid getting like Shroudwalker and stuff like that. And it lasts pretty long. Yeah, the Pathfinder changes are insane, man. Okay, Warbringer. Fully broken armor, you inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. Is that the like minus armor thing, or what is that? Okay, so they removed the negative. This didn't even work, right? I think this was not even working. Or did they fix it at some point? So now increase all damage taken from hits instead. So usually it's 20% fizz, but now it works for elements, I guess. Sure, I guess. But yeah, you don't really want to break armor when you do elemental damage. So it's like 4 points to then get 20% damage. That seems very shit, honestly. I don't really see the appeal right now. Yo, Tamic. Glad you like it. Ancestral Warhorn minion summoned by Warbringer answer call as well consistent hits up close enemies. Okay, no idea how good that is. Surprising strength has been removed. Uh-oh. $50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Okay. Crush impacts and also grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Oh. That's pretty good, actually. So I can do this. That's really good, actually. And then have Hulking form, and then you still have the 50% more life. Or 50% armor. Okay, it's pretty good. Pretty good. A new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive, which grants every third science skill that doesn't create fissures, which you use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. Yeah, we saw this earlier. And only every third though. Wait, there was a support for this that does this on everyone. Okay, let's see the Smith. Is this patch live now? No, it's in 1 week. Each notable connected to the Smith's masterwork notable and accounts 200 armor in addition to its other bonuses. Okay, so I get 200. I mean, 200 flat armor is something, I guess. Padded plates has been removed. Leather lining and heavy bracing. Wait a minute. So they removed cold and lightning, but they kept fire. Okay. Added Kitao imprint, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory regeneration. Interesting. Cause your body armor to grant 100% increased force damage. Cause your body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Oof. I mean, if you path over to like the Templar area and then pick up minion stuff or some shit, I don't know. Reduces crit damage taken by 100%, okay. Heat proofing causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging elements. Fire spell on melee spell hit its skill granted by Heat of Forge. Now costs no mana when triggering targeted spells. Also now gains 10% increased damage per level out 200 at level 20. Pretty good. Fire spell on melee hit. Gains 3 energy per power on enemies who hit with melee attacks, modified by the percentage of the enemy's aimment threshold a hit will deal. But it's still kind of tough, right? Because you have to scale both the melee attack and then the spell that comes out of it. I mean, you don't have to scale cast speed. Potentially not even attack speed, because you can do slams. But yeah, it's still rough. Also, you can't use assets, for example, to get all skill ranks, right? On your weapon or something. Because there's only either attack essence or spell essence. Wait, is there even all essence? No, it's not, right? Is there something like all skills? Yo, X, thanks for the emails, by the way. They wonder why people make jokes and need PhD to play PoE. I mean, this example you brought is actually one of the like relatively most basic things to know about the game. Increased and more are certain keywords. More always means a multiplier, and increased is additive. The temper weapon skill now costs no mana. Combust triggered by its empowered attacks now do 25 more damage at all levels. Manifest weapon skill now changes targets less frequently and thus spends more time actively attacking. Additionally, as a mace has a cooldown of 6 seconds for its slam. As a quarterstaff has a cooldown of 6 for its sweep. As a spear, fixed the bug by damage dealt while it was dashing towards enemies didn't cover the full distance of the dash. I actually tried this briefly. The manifest up, and it's just kind of funny. Sieving by no longer grants while on high infernal flame, you and others in their presence gain 50% of damage as fire. Gain elemental archon when you cast a spell while on high infernal flame. Does not expire while on high infernal flame. Lose elemental archon when reaching maximum infernal flame. Interesting. So maybe you can like balance it so you always have like an archon form, right? No nerf to Blood Mage. Refracted infusion now grants and collecting elemental infusion gain another different elemental infusion. That's a pretty good buff. That's also kind of nice. +2 to limit of elemental skills. That is also kind of nice. This also means, for example, you can do like a frost bomb and get 3 of them with spell cascade, just like that. And that is a lot of fucking imbuements, actually. Okay. Stormweaver sounds really nice. So if you do like a full infusion build, you do this. You do this. And that's only 4 points. We ignore this. We ignore that. And then you can still do like the shock thing or the chill thing if you want. Inevitable agony granted by inevitability has been updated. Now ignores the curse limit. Relatively irrelevant, I guess. Now causes curse targets to take 50% of the hit damage dealt to them. Again, when the curse expires, previously 20% up to 33. What? They made this so powerful. But you still have the problem that most of the time, you know, either bosses are already dead or they are in some random immune phase and then it just goes into nowhere. So now basically it's like a even bigger portion of your overall output, but sometimes it just doesn't work. And that was really annoying. But okay, I take the chrono buff. You want the game to be new player friendly, adds 250 per passive notes. Oh god. Okay, Gemling. 1% maximum cold rest per 3 instead of 4. That used to be 3, they made it 4, and now they made it 3 again, right? Okay. So Heartseeker dynamism granted generates a charge once every 5 seconds, previously once every 8. That is relatively decent, I guess. Then quality, and then this. The kind of charge it generates is determined by the attribute requirements of the skill you have socketed in your skill gem sockets. The strength required total of your socketed skill gems. Okay, so you still get like random charges though, that's kind of like an issue, I guess. So you can't really rely on it. You need to have some sort of way to like use all of the charges, and then it's like, Okay, it's a 20 seconds cooldown instead of 40. Fires a volley every 0.75. Fires 6 volleys. Okay, pretty big buff. %20 increased skill speed. But how does that work? Haven't tried Tactician yet, actually. Which one is that? Artillery Ballista. % more immortalization build-up. And now it says 20% increased skill speed. 25% more against immobilized. Okay. Mortar cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as fire from 15. Spell donor grants 30% increased crit chance. Which one is fatigue embankments? Here. Okay, here we go. Pretty good stuff, honestly. Showed him PoE passageway, throw a smoke bomb and escape the room. Okay, let's do Witch Hunter. Witch Brain now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their max life. This is a buff. Okay, that actually makes it a lot better. Summarily on prediction, instead grants Saucy Ward also protects against physical and chaos damage. Wait a minute. That sounds really good, actually. Wait a minute, so you don't have the faster recovery and stuff anymore, but you have, it works against physical and chaos. Oh, they actually buffed this. It used to be 50% less, but now it's 25. It's pretty interesting, actually. I think if you want to play like a full evasion build, you're probably better off doing it on a Witch Hunter these days, because it actually protects against everything. You got a full evasion, Giga Glass Cannon, barely get hit, barely recharges after 6 seconds, it's kind of long. But can take up to 30% of your armor on evasion. So let's say you have like 20k evasion, 6k, that's a lot. Even more actually, 45% with quality, but okay, I don't have quality on this usually. I mean, 20k is maybe a bit optimistic when you have 35% less and stuff, but you can try to invest into it a little bit. I think this is a very good note now. The sorcery ward and this. So if you have good AoE clear, you don't really need the pops. And you might not want to go for the weapon set skill points, especially now that they're nerfing like shock scaling a little bit and stuff. So you can do the sorcery ward. And yeah, then you can also do concentration stuff. Up to 40% more damage to enemies based on missing concentration. I mean, it's 4 points, but it's 40% more after the first like 30%. As long as you don't let them regain it. And it's 50% less cooldown recovery rate, so like the boss will like do a lot of nothing most of the time. Could be very interesting. What did I say about the current state of PvE2? Log in. Protecting for harm grants 25% less evasion rating. This is the one that gives you PDR, right? Let me see, Invoker. Physical damage reduction for armor is based on your combined armor and evasion, 50% less evasion. I mean, this might make it kind of nice. This is something you usually pick anyway. That's like one of the main reasons for Invoker. Did they nerf it? Soul Springs Eternal additionally grants meta skills and 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. Which one is that? Oh. Really? What? Interesting. So you can actually potentially not run this and take this instead because you get 50% increased reservation efficiency. That's only for meta skills, but I mean, this might be just the thing you use anyway. So like cast on ailment, for example, is 100 normally, and this will become 66. So you can like squeeze in an entire like 30 spirit aura just from that. Unbound Outer granted has been updated. Cooldown of 12. No more than once every 0.2. Shocking Knight now grants 1. What's the cooldown here right now? No cooldown. Okay. Echoed of Shauda, now it gets interesting. Darkness buffed. I like that. So you have base 100 and then plus 1000 up to 100. Then you also have increased maximum darkness, so you have like 1210. What else? That's it, I guess. Then you have 20% bonus, so it's like 1320. And then increase maximum darkness per 1% chaos res. So you have a total of 95% bonus on 1100. So yeah, a bit more than 2000 darkness. 2000 is not terrible, but I don't think you can necessarily get away with just life and darkness and feel very comfy. You probably have to do like a little bit of ES. So maybe something like 2k darkness. Like 2k ES and then 2k life. You have some kind of trinity of defense. And then a bit of evasion or something. That each 15% life, 50% mana. Last 8 instead of 5. That's kind of nice. Create closer to the player. 50% increased effect of remnants and 50% increased remnant pickup range. What the fuck? Yeah, there's actually some insane buffs for the shoulder, man. What? Someone was talking about Lingering Illusion and Power Charges earlier. But this is not what we're talking about. What are we talking about with Lingering Illusion? Ah, this is a Spirit Gem, right? I want to see that real quick. Copies that are destroyed by an enemy will grant you a power charge. Yeah, okay, so what was exactly changed about this? Power charges from lingering illusions only for mob kills. You have to go pick up the charge. No more casting illusion and running away. Okay, I didn't see like any changes yet, but I mean it was already only working when they were killed anyway. I mean this is still ass. This is like really bad, I think. I guess you can like 3 evades and then you get like 3 explosions. I don't know, but the darkness stuff is nicely buffed. And the flames are insane actually. Could be interesting to make like a Chayula like chaos caster. Especially if they buff some of the fire skills, because you can like convert fire into chaos now, right? So maybe there's some sort of like volcano build as Chayula, converting it to fire, the fire into chaos. Dude, I want to see a chaos volcano actually. That's gonna be very fun. Okay, let's see this passive skill tree change. You've added a passive pod for these throughout the passive skill tree. There are many new clusters. Okay. Values of flame magnitude on the passive tree have been increased. All instances of gaining flame, ice, and lightning arc have been changed to gain elemental archon. Interesting. All palm technique now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 instead of 25. Oof. They don't like people like zooming around with Tempest Flurry. So if you have like, let's say a 2k evasion chest, you get like 30% attack speed instead of like 100. Okay. Well, 80 I guess. The Walk of the Wind's Keystone. Which one is that? So that's now a support. Okay. Cold infusion runs a great instead fire. Fire are lightning and lightning are cold. So Frostbomb is like the premier like infusion generator, I guess. So cold becomes fire. I guess you can also like generate a lot from like Orb of Storms with Spell Cascade with the extra +2 limit. Pathfinder biggest buff so far. Yeah, Pathfinder is insane. And on top of that, it's super versatile. I'm definitely gonna make a Pathfinder. I'm not sure what I will do with it actually. Pathfinder Mace. We'll see. Okay. 50% more magnitude of bleeding inflict. Okay, that is relatively nice. Passers are granted reduced movement speed penalty, have their passive values lowered. Oh no. Okay. And a new attack area effect clusters to the monk. Added 2 projectile speed clusters. Wasn't Pathfinder one of the stronger classes already? Not sure. I mean, Pathfinder used to be pretty good with the concoctions, so but that's in 0.1, I think, and then in 0.2 they were gutted, if I remember correctly. And besides the concoction stuff, I'm not sure what people were doing on Pathfinder. What do I think about Druid? Yeah, it looks amazing. Add a new bow cluster and modify the projectile cluster in the Ranger section, granting a surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Surpassing chance. What is that? A remnant attraction between witch and monk. Okay. Okay, they really try to push the remnant stuff. Wait, the Heart of Well is not the one where that you like unveil? Did it change this thing? What the fuck? I thought they had like 4 random stats. But these are all fixed, yeah? What's going on? Yeah, I think this is buggy on the planner. I'm starting to figure out what is going on with this tribute thing. Mm-hmm. Two percent lightning damage per 10 in is then grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. Okay. So I guess it doesn't go like so out of control, but kinda nice. It is real. Gain 4% of damage as extra lightning, cold, and 10 to dexterity. Okay. Change the stats on several small passive tree around. Okay, this stuff. Companion cluster small passive now generally no longer grant both companion deal increased damage and increased damage for companions in your presence. Okay, so I guess they don't want people to like stack this. So far I didn't see anything about Roa. Crescendo on our in gems, interesting. Disabled the Font of Rage support gem. Oof. Disabled Ricochet 3. Is that the one from the walls? Well, now it gets interesting. Okay. 50% chance to chain from terrain. Calls players from supporter skills to chain additional time from terrain per projectile they would have gained. Ah, that was that thing. Okay. Yeah, that was a bit wild. Inevitable critical 1. World drop lineage supports are now less common overall. That's good. They were dropping so much. The notable for Heart of the Well is a unique Abyss Jewel. If you equip it, it passes around a change. Yeah, I was kind of surprised about this tribute thing. But I thought the Heart of the Well is the one that you unveil. But it doesn't seem so. This is like something else. I think they maybe mean like one of the like boss drops, right? There's like the boss drops as well. So if we remove this. I guess they mean Undying Hate in that case, and not Heart of the Well. Because this is the one that you just unveil. And this one has tribute. Where was it? Yeah, Grand Tribute node of Heart of the Well unique. Yeah, so I think they just put the wrong thing there. What the fuck? That is insane. 40% of fires extra chaos. Holy shit, man. Okay. Good luck, Black Razor. Be safe. Iron Hearts, Beast Threat now grants killing blows. Some supported strike skills grant a rare against rare monsters, grant 2 other modifiers for 5 minutes. But I guess they will be overwritten, right? 5 minutes. That's like the entire fucking map. You just cull them with something. Kaboom. What the fuck? Support skills can only damage low life enemies. Killing blows against rare current 2 of the modifiers. That is crazy. Where do you even get this? I don't think I found this one. Is this from the vault or something? Because I don't think I've ever run the vault. They're buffing a lot of lineage supports, yeah. Cyrix of Rain now grants supported spells like 3 times. And they have 40% increased area of effect. Are you fucking serious? What? How many hours does it go live in Asia? Good question. I guess then like 10 or something. Wait, why is it not there? It's like Fireball. Wait, where the fuck is it? Starrock's Fane. What the fuck, man? Wow, that's a nice buff too. Okay. Citadel, which one is that? I have no idea what that even goes in. Maybe I can find it here, lineage. Ah, this is the Fisher thing, okay. Mm-hmm. 20 seconds. Okay. Loads 5 bolts when you dodge. Support skills load 4 additional bolts. 100% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow. Wow. Where did you get this thing? I don't think I found this one either. Is it like drop sources or this stuff? Can't drop anywhere, unlucky. Wow. Create 3 additional fissures and it's only 20% less. Now, these lineage supports are actually crazy now. Sacrifice in blood, tag rod nerf is hard to gauge. Wait. What do you mean nerf? They made it better, like they live longer and they get more speed. You found one Argent early and was cheap AF, and a few weeks later was expensive AF. Yeah, this Argent seems insane. Like, this is absolutely crazy. And like, this is already pretty good. But 100% chance. Okay, man. All right. Everyone can be like Lich now and shoot infinitely. Guard counts dissolve, no grounds maximum crit chance is 50. Attack critical hit chance with supported skills by 4 crates. Okay, so they just made it. So it still does that, but it also has 50% max. Okay. Conversation now grants 50 grant honor in mind for 15 seconds on commanding minions from supported skills. Can you just like have some random skelly in your setup and just press it sometimes? And you get Unholy Might? I mean, Unholy Might does how much? I can't actually look at this. 30% damage and extra chaos. I mean, that's a lot for 15 seconds duration. This might be actually something. If you don't know what like spirit to put, you put like some random skelly. Put this thing on it. Take out Undying Hate, sacrificing blood from 1 HP region per 8 life spent in the last 8 seconds to 1 per 16 in the last 4. Tech Rod, Undying Hate. Wait, are you talking about the jewel? I think that's what the people were using with like the Blood Mage stuff, right? Yeah, good riddance, I guess. That seems very strong. Okay. 25% chance to gain a power charge when expanding combo with supported skills. Damn, so like every time you do a bell, you get a power charge like this. That is actually kind of sick. %100% chance to get elemental arc on igniting an enemy. What? And Argor is like 8 seconds duration, 10 seconds duration. Okay, but it still has this cooldown period, right? So maybe it's not that crazy. Nova projectiles no longer causes supported skills to gain 4 additional projectiles. So it's just like Pfizer and Nova if it already has multiple, I guess. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a pretty big nerf. No longer has 100% more chains, and it now has 30% less damage. But okay, yeah, it had an MA, but it's a bit less damage actually. And now, chain +2 times PVC +1. Alright. And now you just don't have any downside at this point. Interesting, so you go from 50% less damage to no downside. That's kind of wild. Comet got a buff with Fire Infusion. Okay, we'll check it out. Combination 1 support, more damage per combo, now has a cap of 10 combo. Cap of 20 combo. Okay. Stormfire causes shocked by supporter skills to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire. Funny. I kind of liked Stormfire though, if the shocks last forever. So I was actually using this. I remember I was running like a warrior and I used Earthquake with added lightning damage and shock supports. So I'd get a shock and then I would just like perfect strike, keep an ignite rolling. That was really nice actually. I like that combo. Interesting. I wonder if Living Lightning is doing like anything at all. I tried this once and it was absolutely abysmal. Living Lightnings attacks. Coromants are gonna be fun. Yeah, they slightly buffed it. I guess you can see if there's like some new combos. I mean, there's like the Archon buffs, which is nice. But yeah, it seems like my build is doing fine. So I might update it for 0.4 and do like a proper progression and stuff. Impact Shockwave support now actually makes aftershocks, no interaction with aftershock specific area. Okay. Impact Shockwave can now support non-strike winged attacks. Okay, I need to see this thing actually. Wait, what? Can I see all supports here? If I just like do this? Yes, I guess. No. Fuck. What? Impact Shockwave. Huh. I think I was just typing it wrong. Causing to create an aftershock that damages enemies around the target when they heavy stun an enemy. Okay, that seems relatively... Nah. I mean, it already had the aftershock stuff here. Mm-hmm. You haven't played a Monk since 0.1. Yeah, I played Monk in 0.1 and in 0.3. I actually have like my Monk at level 96 on Hardcore Ziv. Was really fun. The frozen mandibles monster can once again no longer be bound as a specter or tamed beast. Nice. Once again. Mm-hmm. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cane damage to play successfully use the skill but fails to hit the enemy. Okay, so they nerfed the ice fragments. I didn't really find them that great anyway. Per target hit limits are now displayed. Add a wind type to the following skills. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits. They can now be supported by overabundance. Earthquake. That's kind of interesting, actually. Not just that, but it's also going to reduce the duration so we get a faster pop, right? Or is it like a detonation? Let's see. Earthquake. Yeah, so with overabundance, they will actually get us faster, right? There's only slows enemies. Okay. What the fuck is Frozen Locust? Quarter stuff, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I think for Earthquake, that's actually pretty huge. This is really huge. Overabundance on Earthquake, I think. Shield Wall, I don't know. Can have 2 shield walls active at a time. Probably not such a big deal, but might still be nice. Freezing Salvo is tier 3, okay. Implast is tier 3. I have no idea where it starts. Can we see it somewhere? Not in the planner, apparently. Dude, I want to see all of them. List of skill gems. Okay, here we go. Five. So that's now earlier. Freezing Salvo, I think, was also 5, I think. Almost 7. Wait. Yeah, 5, okay. Attrition is offered as a tier 4 spirit gem. That is very good, actually. Which also means it must cost 30 spirit only. Right? So they made the attrition cheaper. Yeah, that's actually huge. Attrition used to cost 60. Or did they already change that at some point? No, it's 60. Yeah, that's actually insane. Vaulting impact. Okay, ice-tipped arrows. What the fuck? This is a... It's not here. So it's like an empower thing. Can you actually do ice-tipped and barrage together? Is that like a thing? That is a huge buff, actually double damage. But okay, maybe it's more steps now, so maybe it's not a huge buff. It says the warrior totem has no longer less attack speed. That could be good for my volcano build, actually. Is that the totem that I'm talking about? It says the warrior totem with the slams. Uses socketed mace skills. I think so. Or is this shockwave totem? Slams the ground, so maybe it's that one actually. Attack speed 50% of base. But maybe this one is just better. Never mind, consume 300 charges. They nerfed Arctic Armor. But 100% more freeze build-up. And 100% more magnitude of chill. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he has attrition, reserves 30 spirit. That is insane. And not just that, you can actually throw it into like every fucking build. Because at level 4 spirit gem, this costs like no fucking attributes. That is so good. You can actually do this like on fucking every build, man. 15 strength and dex. And it goes up to 43%. Like, I'm gonna put this in every fucking build now. Even if we just fight the boss for like 20 seconds, that's a 10% more. I think it's very good. At least like early game. Maybe later when you just one-shot everything, it doesn't matter anymore. Besides pinnacle bosses. Get above ball lightning. But less shock. Barrier invocation reserves 30 spirit. Interesting. I think that is actually not bad. If you lose like 5,000 energy shields, you get 500 energy. And boom, 5 comets. Interesting. %25 increased skill speed while you have a frenzy charge. Oof. Yeah, Fire Infuse buffed. Quite a lot buffed actually, it's almost double damage. What? Two frenzy charges consuming the parry debuff. Up to 3. Wow. Elemental Conflux. Interesting. I mean, it's like an average of like 20-something% more damage. If you only use one element. If you can somehow decide to use different elements, that's even more. I want to see the Druid set us a tree. Yeah, maybe they're gonna give us the pass a tree before or something, we'll see. But I guess you can like, plan around most of it already. Projectile now converts 80% of physical to lightning. Explosive Spear now gains +4 limit of large spears every 8 gem levels. Huh, nice. How does it increase ignite effect? Okay, they made this more like Frozen Orb now, I guess, out of winter. Flame Blast cooldown time is 10 seconds. Flame Blast actually has a cooldown? Holy. Maximum 10 stages, that's a lot of damage. Give some big ignites for that. I wanted to, like, I think back in 0.1 I was thinking about making some bleed, ignite, blood mage. Because it could actually, like, bleed with, like, your other damage types or something, right? Or your spells. How can a newbie get into this game? Well, you open Steam, start downloading, start blasting. But if you don't want to pay 30 bucks, then you can also try it for free next week. And then pay 30 bucks later. Besides that, I mean, you know, there's plenty of content creators, there's plenty of guides. We have Maxroll, plenty of guides there. I make guides. Fragmentation rounds. Now it's balls PS2 targets at channel 1. It's getting out to 5 at... Okay. Base projector speed has been increased. That's actually quite a nice buff to my Witch Hunter. No longer has chills, enemies are still dealing more damage. No longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. No longer creates chill ground. Ice Crystal no longer has collision. Now corrective works with increases to limit. Frozen Locust Ice Crystals no longer have a hidden less damage taken from allies. So they now have a hidden more damage taken from monsters. And the life of the Frozen Locust Ice Crystal has been greatly increased at later levels. Mm-hmm. Wait, there's perfect timing on Gathering Storm. It's like just movement skill, right? I've never tried the skill really. Sounds kind of funny though. Ghost Dance, maximum 3 ghost shrouds. And you get them half as often. Alright. Hailstorm rounds. Is it the ones that shoot up in the air? Yeah. How many can you have? Can store 25 bolts. Mm-hmm. Now it's 50, okay. That seems very good actually. It could be very fun to try the Witch Hunter build I was doing with this instead of fragmentation rounds. Or maybe just add it as an extra skill. Hex Blast has a maximum of 10 explosions per cast instead of 3. That seems like a pretty big buff. What buffed Ice Nova? Cold infused Ice Nova has plus 0.5 seconds to cast time. Interesting. This seems kind of nice. 15 heat to gain 100% more ignite magnitude. I wonder how this will work out. Now also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. Interesting. So I wonder if killing palms can be like a much better late game tool. I guess it's also like when you like charge to them and then you like, you know, Tempest, whatever, lightning projectile shoots out, or like the wind projectile, and they die. That was kind of annoying. So it's cool that they changed this. Lightning arrow, here it gets interesting. No longer bypasses the charge up time on lightning rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Projectile now converts 80% of damage to lightning. B now converts 100% to lightning. So what does that mean? I guess a lot less pops, but lightning rod, active lightning rods is now, yeah, they have 10 limit instead of 20. Oh boy. So it didn't nerf lightning arrow itself. So in a Giga Giat, you're just gonna kill everything with that anyway, I guess. It's only the combination with lightning rod that's nerfed. But I don't know how much. And in fact, the 100% conversion is probably making the skill itself better. The burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Interesting. If used on enemy that is not under the call threshold, it will now apply a debuff that will cause the normal warping behavior automatically if the enemy falls under the call threshold. So you can like walk up to a pack, do a lightning warp, then blow up the pack, and it will teleport you into the pack. Huh. Oh, Mana Tempest now lingers for 2 seconds after leaving a Tempest. Now that's very nice. With quality, it's gonna be 4 seconds. So basically, always wanna like try to cast it and then walk out immediately. And it's gonna be very good. They buff Perfect Strike again, Monka. Whoa. This is like the lightning thing, right? What is the other like hunter skill that we had here? Something called Ice Shards, Ice Nova, Glacial, Ghost Dance, Frozen Locust. No, there was another one. Fangs of Frost. Hitting a parry target consumes debuff to cause an explosion of frost. Okay. Oh, a lightning charge stat that can be chained into a combination of up to 3 attacks. Okay, consume shock to conjure a stampede of spirits. $50. This is insane, actually. Fixed exposure on hit, but it lasts only 4 seconds, so it's kind of short. And it has to consume the shock. Rain of Arrows consumes 1. 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. Okay. They buffed it quite a lot, actually. Empowered zombie deals 250% more damage of hits at gem level 20 instead of 100. I guess it was power charges, right? Raw amount. No longer increasing movement speed. Now it's 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills or mounted, previously 80. Wait, so they brought it back to what it was before 0.3 and that's it. I did expect something way bigger of a nerf. What the fuck? Shard Scavenger. Only costs 30 spirits. Actually not bad. Better to consume. Freeze, shock, ignite. Okay. What do you mean oftentimes? I don't think I've ever tried Shock Chain Arrow. %100% more damage against immobilized enemies. Another 40. Throwing a bolt near every enemy in the area. It knocks in the ground and explode after a short delay. It doesn't say the delay. Removed heavy blast and heavy stun interaction from the skill. Okay, let me see that snipe. Consuming freeze or hitting a heavy stunned enemy enhances the explosion. So I guess it's this one, right? Okay. Why is this number so different? So does it still do cold damage or not? Icy Blast? Icy Blast now deals this. Okay, here we go. Do we start D4 or PvE2? Well, both, actually. But we're gonna be focusing mostly on D4. I'll only do like a bit of like first day stuff on PvE, I guess. Generates 100% of monster power as glory for the skill and heavy stunning. Nice. Legendary Song Glory and a freeze, Shock Ignite, okay. Spiral Volley buff, Staggering Palm. Projectile buff's duration will now only start decreasing after first projectile has been generated. Staggering Palm now grants its buff if a primed enemy is stunned or killed while you're dashing to them. And now quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. Yeah, I wonder how this works exactly. Now also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. So let's see, 204 attack damage. How's that? That is actually kind of important for my build. Okay, it's actually quite a buff. It's like 35% buff. That was nice as well. Oh, did that matter? It's just the arrow itself, right? Bolt, 80% converted. Shock enemies are still dealing 50% more damage. Now, okay, it has 500% more chance to shock, and now its shock is still dealing 50% more damage. That's a huge nerf actually to the shocking. Oof, okay. Nice. Tempest Spell. Broken Stance has a 60-second duration. Assumes are taking 10 hits. Interesting. Damn, it's actually really good though. It's gonna be interesting to include as well. I was trying this a little bit, the bolting impact. But ultimately I found it somewhat clunky, but it might be good enough now. So Broken Stance stores, it's gonna be 10% of the P mitigation, fist damage, but only 10 hits. So previously the idea was to hit it like very often. And now I guess it's like more usable, but less ceiling. So, The buff Volcanic Fissure. And Voltaic Grenade. And then you should be nerfed to the ground to force players to try other skills. Yeah, I mean, Lightning Arrow plus Lightning Rod is relatively dead the way it sounds, but I'm not sure exactly how this will work now. But there's like the 0.1 cooldown now, and this means you probably can't like super chain it anymore. Just Lightning Arrow is not really strong enough by itself to carry you until like super OP geared. And at that point you just blast everything anyway, right? So that's probably okay. Well, Voltaic Mark is no longer a shock. Oh shit. Okay. Wording Assault. Base and movement of Wording Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now it's +1 second to total attack time instead of 1.4. Now it's +1 into melee strike range. Yeah, we saw this actually. Yeah, this is actually insane. This is so good, man. Dude, this monk build is gonna be so good. I kinda wanna play it again. And now has 1% more area of effect per general. Yeah, we saw this in that preview. It was so large. Okay, yeah, that is really good news. Like, a bunch of stuff I played this league is actually just getting buffed. Or at the very least not nerfed. Okay. Unique item changes. Oh boy. Guys, I think it's time for a drink or something. BRB. We're back. Also, I set a cam up here, actually, I just realized. Let's do this. Okay, let's continue. We are at the unique items. Went for most of it now, I guess. Dude, this fucking picture there. What is going on? Alright. I guess I don't necessarily remember every single one of them. They did buff Sandstone Visage, which actually I recently added as an option in one of my builds. That's nice. And they buffed Mahuk Subtle. Existing versions of this item can be made better or worse. Okay. What is that? Yeah, some weird pictures that people post. Which builds I'm waiting as my league start? Well, I mean, I'm very excited about the Pathfinder stuff. That is cool. I will definitely play a Pathfinder. But I think for the league start, I'll probably go to Druid. Just to like see the new skills and transformations and so on. I was thinking about the caster Druid. That's a very funny idea, Kenrox, but realistically, that's not how RPGs work. Like, Hearthstone is a game where you're like passive for like 90% of the time, so you can play 8 games at the same time. And you have a very long timer, right? It's more like chess than anything. So, in RPGs, you have to constantly press buttons and move and whatever and make decisions. Caster Wyvern. Yeah, I'm thinking about just doing like a pure caster. But we'll see. Just do it. Nah. I have enough issues just playing one character at one time. And sometimes looking at my chat. I don't think I'm gonna do 8 D4 clients at the same time. Don't I have anything over 2 year? I should probably add some new badges. I'll look into that. I'm not sure if I still have the old, like, raw file for this. But, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to add some. Don't look at the chat. I mean, that's usually my solution. But yeah, anyway. Okay, let's look a little bit here. They buffed the Adorned. Now, that's actually wild. What? I think this could be interesting with the new Soul Cores. The shield might come back. Bunch of buffs to a lot of uniques here. That's all Lightning Rest. Controlled Metamorphosis, what the fuck is that even? Will everything Abyss related go away? Actually nothing will go away. As far as we know so far. This is the jewel. They removed the Chaos Rest penalty, that's actually insane. This thing always drops Corrupted, right? Mm-hmm. You can now also get 2 additional copies of each lineage support gem in different skills. Damn. And they have gear above them. What about the chest? Which one is the chest? From Arbiter? Warrior Invictus. I wonder if they changed anything about that. I guess we'll find out. Yeah. That's it? Great. They buffed Defiance of Destiny, Monka. Did you make Ghost Riff 500% yes yet? Okay. Wrath Pit Globe. Is that like a neck? Was it also like used in this whole like Blood Mage shenanigans? It's a focus actually. Yeah, this was like part of the Blood Mage stuff, right? Barrageable attacks of this bow repeat 2 times. Funny. %100% of each element. And then you can, there's gonna be like flat fist damage sockets now, right? So you can probably get this flat up to something like, I don't know, 40 to 60 or something. And then you get plus 300% from all elements, and then you can have like flat rings. Maybe you can have something like, you know, 60, 70 min to like 120 max or so. It could be something. Have you heard of new weapons yet? Yeah, Talisman for the shapeshifting. I'll play D3, yeah. $50 to $60. Holy shit. The Covenant. It's more of an early game thing, I guess. Nah, maybe not actually. I mean, %50% of damage taken from mana before life. Holy. Brass Dome. How much armor does this thing have? I know in PvE1 it's like Giga Armor. But here... Okay, 800% increase is like not really impressive. Okay, here it is. 35% of maximum life converted to energy shield instead of 25. Did they nerf the socket belt? I guess they might do that indirectly for rune changes, right? But let's see. Cloak of Flame buffed. I don't see Lightning Coil actually in this game. Wait, this has a skill on it. Taking 9 damage that builds up charge on you, reaching full charge, expends all charge to trigger the skill, creating and changing lightning bolt. Okay, that seems like very random. Doesn't even say how much damage it does. I suppose not very much. Interesting. This went from 25 reduced life to 10 more life. And you have the overflow. That is actually not bad. 15% increase actually. Here, Moria Invictus. 14 spirits. Okay. 10 res instead of 7. 7 all attributes instead of 6. 60 life instead of 40. 50 mana instead of 30. 13 chaos instead of 10. 12 global defense instead of 10. 12 regen instead of 6. Oh. Okay. So, I think Moria Invictus actually could be something now. If you have 5 stalkers on it, you can get 300 life. Is it 2 or 3 random mods that you have on this thing? It's 3 random mods. So you can get life, a spirit, and like, I don't know, let's say a res, right? So you can get 50 res, 70 spirit, and 300 life. And then the thing actually becomes pretty interesting. Well, you know, other combos like life and mana is also not terrible. Chaos res is not terrible. Global defenses could be useful. The nerfed Cloak of Flames last patch? No, it was 40% in 0.1. You have a feeling Pathfinder is going to be the strongest dudes this league? I mean, Pathfinder definitely has a lot of things going for it. You have the like 50% less movement penalty, which is very nice. You can like go everywhere on the fucking tree very easily, right? You have like a very nice spread with like your starting points, basically. Oh, okay, we're gonna go on voice with the M and Gazi. Guys, see what I have to say. Yo.
Is he there? Oh, there he is. Yo, what up?
Yo. Yeah, I'm still reading through the patch notes. I'm going through the last few bits right now, but all good here. I had a good time so far. Thanks for the invite, Gazi. How are you guys doing?
Yeah. Doing pretty good. We're looking at where are you on the patch notes so far?
I'm looking at Moria Invictus. So I've just been scrolling from top to bottom via the unique items.
Okay, so you're on unique. I'm on skills still. I'm on like killing palm here real quick. So you guys want to like take 5 or 10 minutes here to pause the patch notes and just kind of talk about the reveal?
Sure.
It doesn't matter for me. Like I'm also on killing palms. Like I don't know how far down is items. Oh.
It's like right under the skills, basically. I'm not really much ahead or something. Yeah, I actually realized that a bunch of the builds I played this league got buffed, so that's kind of cool.
Oh.
Or at very least not nerfed, so there's that.
What's the change so far that you're most excited about?
The most exciting change, I think, is the Pathfinder. I think that is fucking badass. I'm very excited to do something with Pathfinder. I think I'm probably still gonna start a Druid, but I will absolutely make a Pathfinder. I actually haven't done it yet, so that's gonna be the league for it.
Is it just me or does the 5% global defenses like seem like actually kind of nuts?
I guess it depends on the setup, but it could be really good. The main thing about it is that you need a lot of attributes somewhere. I think you need like an Astrametis or some shit, because like how are you gonna get all of your attributes? Especially if you also want to path over to like the other side of the whole tree and you know, maybe do like some combos with whatever, right? I think attributes is gonna be a bit of an issue if you just convert everything from your tree into like defense or something. But it could be strong for sure. It's just like ES nodes all the time.
You could like double breach ring with just triple attributes and then, you know, with quality and then get your attributes that way. And then you just stack fucking ES like crazy.
Yeah, true.
Also true.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of ES.
CI Pathfinders.
Yeah.
Yeah. CI Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they can like start over on the other side of the tree is really cool, I think. So I'm definitely excited. You can also probably do like some weird combos with like different weapons and like pick up, you know, I don't know, some bone nodes and then do some mace stuff or some random shit like that. This could definitely be something to experiment with. Just that alone also makes Pathfinder pretty cool, I think.
Somewhere deep inside of me, I was hoping that they were going to adjust the skill tree to allow us to go out and start elsewhere with the other trees. But this change is making that a very distant dream.
Yeah, actually, I was always hoping we'd get something like, like in PoE1, the Atlas Passive Tree has the gates where you can jump across.
Yes.
Yeah, I was hoping we would get something like that at some point. Yeah.
I pitched that to Jonathan a couple weeks ago. I told him, like, what are the problems? Like, they don't want the ascendancy choices to paint you in a corner and say, well, this ascendancy is mainly for this type of archetype of build. But the starter point of the skill tree is already doing that so heavily. So I suggested that they would add like a gate, 4 gates on the tree or something, 1 north, 1 south, 1 west, 1 east, that would allow you to get to the other side.
Yeah,
But,
maybe.
yeah,
I mean,
no,
I could imagine
this
they do
is,
something like that at some point. And there's maybe like a little bit of an opportunity cost. You have to spend like a few points to get there or whatever, right? It could be, even like a little like cluster, right? Like with a notable that is basically the gate or something. So that there is a bit of a cost to it, but I think this would really open up a lot of these like, kind of like weird weapon combos that they might try to like actually facilitate a little bit in this game, right? I feel like I never really see builds that have like actually 2 separate weapon types, for example, attacking with like 2 different things, but it's always like, okay, you have a mace and then your offhand is like, I don't know, maybe 2 maces and you have something similar, or you have like bow and then you have like your offhand that's like some shock setup or something, right? Or, some curse setup you have, or these kind of things. So it's never really like attacking with different weapons. So I hope you're gonna see more of that. But Pathfinder definitely makes it possible, I think.
What do you guys think of the Vol League mechanic? Like the whole new League mechanic that seems like kind of wildly complicated.
I am surprised, to be honest.
You missed out. I don't know if you played that back then, Woody, but they had a league called Synthesis.
Yeah, I played it. I played Synthesis a lot, actually. It was one of my favorite leagues.
Yeah, me too, man. It was one of my absolute favorite leagues. It was so good. Yeah, nowadays the Synthesis is like the Synthesis implicit stuff. But basically the way that league was you created your own little tile set of a map, if you will. It's similar to Incursion, but basically what we saw in the PoE2 reveal, where you build your own little area, like zone, and then basically your pathing, that's where you could go. And then you ran that with these tiles and whatnot. So they kind of baked the Incursion at series, Temple, and Synthesis into one. That was just beautiful. Yeah, Calandra is another good take too.
Yeah, I have to say about this, I don't think that this whole Synthesis like map building was so well received, to be honest. And in fact, I deleted it right after the league, right? Yeah, so I'm very surprised that, okay, like I think people really loved like Incursions. It was like a very simple system and stuff like that, right? You go in, you're out in like 20 seconds maximum, you kill the architect, that's it, right? And you kind of build the temple on the fly. You don't have to think too much about it. But I think this whole, like, I like this system with, like, you can really, customize it and get the specific thing you care about. Maybe you care about the double corrupt, maybe you care about the gem corrupt, maybe you care about, like, taking out a very valuable rune from your item that you have socketed or whatever, right? So that is kind of cool, but I feel like the whole setup of it seems very slow and very cumbersome. So I think a lot of people will probably not enjoy it too much, with how often I imagine you actually have to go and look at the whole thing and have to remember, oh shit, like what did I want to build now? And, this kind of stuff. But I definitely got the Synthesis vibes for sure.
So, I mean, you get booty cheeks in this one here.
True.
So, I don't know.
True.
There's not really any. You
get
actually
the front
have
side
booty
and
cheeks.
the back side of a series.
in both the Druid announcer and the Fate of the Vol announcer. You get both of it.
Yeah,
fun,
I definitely didn't expect it to be like so in depth. Like there's a lot that is actually in this, and there's a lot of mechanics. Like we got the double corrupting, we got like it was like kind of a Vol skill gem or something, right? I forget already. Was there Vol skill gems in there? There was something that had to do with gems.
No, they talked about it in the Q&A actually. In the Q&A they said that the glory skills are kind of similar to that already, and they might want to bring Val gems maybe post-launch if they want to do them or something.
I thought there was something where he puts his gem in or something. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's it's not the Locus of Corruption, it's the other one. It's the Doriani's Catalyst, whatever it's called. It's the double corrupt gem room from Incursion. you have to put a corrupted gem and you can corrupt it again. That's one of the showcases. If you go to the
Okay.
website, it has a gem that has level 21 or +1 from corruption, but it also has 23% quality, which is only achievable through double corruption.
Oh, it was the Soul Core corrupt, is what people are saying.
Mm. I was 100% certain we were gonna get Vol gems.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of glad we didn't get Vol Scyther. I mean, this shit looks complicated enough. Like, but building out this whole little puzzle, dude. Good lord, I'm already bad enough at puzzles.
Bro, I love Synthesis League so much. I can't wait to do this one. It's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed Synthesis stuff as well, but I think, you know, the broad player base, I'm not 100% sure if this is gonna be that good. But on the other hand, maybe if you like don't have to, you know, worry too much about the building because, you know, it happens like, I don't know, once every 10 minutes in a mapping experience or whatever, right? You get like one little piece. Maybe it's not so bad. Back in Synthesis League, it happened like way faster, right? Like every map, you get like a piece, you have to look at it again and whatever. So it might be fine.
Well, they did. Mark did say that you could store up to, what was it, 10 rounds, which is you get one. Yeah, you kind of have to run a map once every 6. Run the temple once every 6 maps, but you can store 10 times, so that's 60 maps before you quote unquote have to do the temple thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's a pretty good take. You can spend mapping for quite some time before you feel like, hey, I'm gonna lose out if I don't do the temple now. Then spend an hour or two doing the temple and then back to mapping. I think that's a pretty good balance.
Yeah,
we actually get Adziri boss confirmed here.
Yeah. That's gonna be nice.
Yeah, I wonder how difficult she's gonna be. I guess you're gonna be on the same level as the other bosses. It looked like on one of the like previews, you saw like the room of Adziri and it had like a tier 1 little like note or something. So I guess it might be similar with like tier 1, 2, 3, like the other bosses or something. I wonder if she's supposed to be like I don't know, harder or something like that. Like looking at like the Abyssal boss, for example, the Abyssal bosses, they were all like a joke, right? So you know, there was like there was no difficulty at all, basically. Like by the time you actually ever fought one of these bosses, it was so OP that you just annihilated them.
The part that
I
caught
think
me off
that-
guard the most was the like we can have like robot arms and shit. Like you can modify your own like, your own person. It's like what the fuck?
I mean, it is basically just continuing what they have in PoE1 right now, right? With the breach arms. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like that.
They were like till you died as well.
Yeah, I really like that as well because that's like a really cool kind of like reason, like, you know, for like hardcore. Like it just feels really nice in hardcore, I think, right? Where it's like, okay, you know what you got, you will never lose it, basically, right? So in softcore, it can always happen that, you know, okay, you rip and then you have to collect the things again. But this definitely makes me motivated to do more hardcore again.
Fair. I wonder if Adziri is gonna have a split face with one of the copies having a mirror above her head and actually having reflect damage.
No boy.
No way, dude. Do you think they're gonna have a phase where it reflects so like people just don't know what's going on and they're gonna hit it and one-shot themselves? Like
Okay, I mean, they gotta pay some homage, like some respect back to the OG release of Sacrifice of the Vol 1.1, and everybody who had no idea what they were doing just one-shot themselves on the mirror clone.
Yeah, I guess they have to be careful. I think if there is like some sort of like a fight mechanic, then I think this will be okay, but it shouldn't be like you know, like it's too easy to hit it or something, right? Maybe there needs to be something with timing more than with like, okay, like your skill is too large and you accidentally hit the thing and now you one-shot yourself or something, right? So that kind of sucks, I think.
Okay, but the boss room was huge from the footage we saw compared to what it is in Period 1, because in Period 1, all your ability, especially projectiles, would hit at least 2 or 3 of the clones.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, right? Like in many builds, you didn't have much of an option, right? So.
Yeah. I remember before the Spectres resurrected, like, you had to make sure they were lined up in a way so the closest target would make the projectiles hopefully not hit the mirror clone.
Yeah.
But now
I mean,
that when they get back to life, you don't really care.
Instead of damage reflect, it could also be some other sort of reflect, right? It could be curse reflect, ailment reflect, or these kind of things as well. Like where maybe there's like some sort of like, you know, window where you have to avoid doing these things, or, you know, do like a little DPS stop or whatever. Instead of just like outright one-shotting yourself.
The Foulborn, unique part. I didn't think we were going to be getting Foulborns like actually immediately, and I sure didn't think we were going to get them with the Fate of the Vol League.
I mean, it's not exactly Foulborn, but it's kind of close, right? It seems like in general to me that they're trying to like develop stuff for both games as much as they can, and I guess it kind of makes sense. And it still has like a twist to it, right? It's not exactly Foulborn. Like we get Graft, but not exactly. And you know, like they kind of take similar ideas and make them different. And I don't know, I don't really mind it. I guess they have like a bit nice like kind of like double dip there on like developer time, I guess. But it's a cool mechanic, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. See, like here he is. He's putting a skill gem in to like corrupt it again. That's the part I got baited by. I was like, oh, they're doing like Val gems at some point. Rewatching it here. They are reusing some of the bosses I see. Like they got, I guess it makes sense to reuse the Val bosses. But yeah, the go on.
Most of the skill gems in the game, you either want quality or levels. Most of the time, especially if your main skill, you want to have levels of your skill gem. So that just means that once you have a level 20 skill gem, you corrupt it and it fails. The only thing that happens is as long as it didn't lose a level, you will want to double corrupt it to try to get that to 21.
Can you get 2 times the same corrupt? Can you get like 22?
Doubt it.
That would be kind of funny.
Why not?
I mean, that like most of the time, like there's a lot of skill gems that don't really care about getting like, I don't know, what, 3 quality or some shit, right? So that is like really minor compared to an extra skill level. So would you actually want to risk your gem?
Levels of gems.
Hmm?
Yeah, the whole game is balanced around levels of gems. They've said that a certain increments of difficulty in the game is expecting you to have X amount of plus level of your main skill gem. So no matter what you do, even if the quality is good, you're always going to want to have levels on your main skill gems.
Yeah. I know, I think in SSF I've never corrupted a single gem actually, now that I think about it. So,
Yeah, I never corrupted shit either, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I think I had like 1 level 20 gem or something, and I never corrupted one either, so this is kind of how this goes. So
It looks like they're not really addressing the skills like in this part of, you know.
yeah, I'm actually very surprised because I figured this would be like one of the like major balancing problems to fix. So it kind of just remains the same now, it seems, like essence everywhere, and it just gives like ridiculous ranks, and it is what it is. And it also kind of goes against the idea of like making staffs, you know, give them more parity with like dual wield basically, right? With the focus and wand. Because focus and wand has +6 and the staff has only +5 from the essence. So kind of weird as well on that end. I was hoping they would like change the ranks, maybe lower them at least, and then maybe find a, you know, maybe other stats to put. Or I mean, I don't mind the idea of skill ranks, and that is like an interesting way to scale your damage. That is not just, oh, now you do more damage, but you also have to think about the cost, for example, right? So there is like some opportunity cost involved there. So I like that part, but I think the skill ranks, like, you know, especially with the essences, you just throw them on there on like any item, on any weapon, and you suddenly deal double damage, and there's 0 risk involved. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Very, very strange design, I think, with like the essences in particular.
But you can't make that 1 to 6 tier 1 mod anymore, since homogenizing exaltations are gone.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I like that homogenizing are gone, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm okay with them being gone too. Like, I understand that we're gonna be mad they can't use them to craft anymore, but like they were kind of bullshit.
I mean, I was very, very loud about this as well, but I kept saying that if they remove them, they kind of have to add some sort of other secondary crafting mechanic to offset the nerf. Otherwise, we're just back to 0.2. But obviously, we have 0.2 plus Abyss League craft mechanics, right?
Well,
so I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, and the essence.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm not worried about this. Like, even if they like take out some of the power, I mean, first of all, they buffed a lot of shit in this patch, right? So there's that, and we still have a lot of the abyss crafting, and you know, like even with like a nerfed abyss crafting, or without homogenizing, or without the like giga skill ranks from essence, like there's so much other power that we gained going from 0.2 to 0.3. Like, I think it was very noticeable playing for 0.3 compared to 0.2. Like how much stronger we were just from the gear. At least like SSF wise, it was like I have a crossbow that's probably like double the DPS and has 6 extra skill ranks compared to my crossbow back in 0.1. You know, like it's pretty ridiculous in 0.3. So It's fine, I think.
I mean, we were getting like crazy gear immediately in the league, so I'm like, I understand the nerf. I'm not really like salty about it.
All right, let's talk about the third.
Yeah.
Well, I was a little surprised that they didn't pay a little bit more homage to Diablo 2 Druid by giving them animal summon archetype. It's just full-fledged, full focus on like, hey, you have some elemental caster stuff plus shapeshifting, and that's it. Well, I mean, not that's it. That sounds rough because it's pretty cool what they've done, but I did expect there to be some sort of minion archetype for the druid, and there wasn't.
Bro, if there's
like
only 2
wolves.
ascendancies, you can't have another ascendancy that's all like only about like minions. There's only so many ascendancies.
Only
in the
about
game, dude.
minions. There's
Like-
only one ascendancy that has proper minion stuff.
I think they said originally that they don't want to make like the minion ascendancy, right? So there's like some stuff that maybe has a bit of synergies and stuff, and I think it's cool that we don't just have, okay, there's Necromancer and that's it or something, right? So yeah, there's definitely like some minion stuff with the wolves going on, but I don't think the druid in PoE 2 look like the druid in PoE 2 doesn't really look like a minion class or something, right? It's like some very minor, like, okay, you have some wolf companions, that's your pack, and that's kind of it. And I think that's okay.
Looked pretty cool. I mean, to be fair though, the wyvern looked absolutely the coolest. But if you look at the abilities that we saw, I am super in on the vine skill. That looks insane.
That did look really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Drench them. See, it reminds me of the chaotic fissure skill from the warlock in last Epoch. You know that you crack open the world and it just lashes out these things. And if you have that sword, the unique sword, it makes the damage, not the dot component, but you have like these tentacles that lashes and hits enemies. That's kind of what it looked like with the vine skill when you made it wet. Just drench it.
Yeah, that did look really good. That did look really good.
Yeah.
Also, the shaman whole alternative passive tree thing was crazy, dude. Speaking of minions, they have an insane minion though. They gave you reservation efficiency.
Yeah. I saw that as well. Looks quite interesting.
Can we see those notes somewhere? Someone mentioned this in my chat earlier as well, and I was like, when did we see that?
Just during the
It's
reveal.
the Oracle.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the Oracle. Yeah.
I need to check that again.
The Oracle has like.
Do they have the ascendancies listed somewhere?
Yeah, they only have like what they are, but not even the points that they can like the nodes or something. So.
Okay.
They don't on the website.
No.
Oh shit! I thought that they might have it already. Okay.
Yeah, they might show them like maybe with a teaser, on Twitter or something in the week. They're out.
They show
Okay.
Some of the skill gems are.
Okay, the chat is saying they're out. Okay. Yeah, they showed a few in the preview, yes. So a few were shown, but apparently everything here on this one. Wait, let's see.
The link in the chat from Jet from Sky was only the shaman. I want to see the Oracle.
Where's this one? Okay, so we have one of them at least. Yeah, we have the.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's the other one. Thank you, chat.
Spell totems. Spell totems are
All right.
that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a
Passive
Oh, dude, we
skill
do have
point
all
on the
of them.
start.
Okay.
create one. You will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges.
Moment of vulnerability.
Summon comets or shower the area in lightning.
Hits against you have 10% reduced critical strike damage bonus. That's a worthless small point. 1 extra passive skill point. Some of these are kind of mid.
Yeah, one of them is not shown here actually on the right. The adaptation before Apocalypse actually, right? Is this shown anywhere? No. There's like a choice node.
Oh, this one's interesting too. Non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passives can be allocated without being connected to your tree.
Yeah, I just read that one. I was like, what the fuck?
That's actually like kind of nutty, dude.
That is nutty as fuck. Medium range as well?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the reservation node? Am I blind?
Wait, dude, look at the damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky.
That's pretty nice.
Oh.
It's pretty good too, dude.
And critical strike chance against you is lucky as well. Huh.
Good. That's really good.
Oh, so unseen path is that? Okay, gotcha.
Okay, hits is damage. Wait, hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. What? It's like a free mind over matter. Okay, you get 15% less maximum life and maximum mana, which is like that's actually pretty rough. But I mean, hit damage taken is like kind of crazy.
Lots of very interesting notes. I think the design of these ascendancies is very good. Very interesting notes.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
I love the unseen path with the Traveler's Wisdom. That opens up so many options.
Yep. One thing that this game really needed was more passives.
Yeah. I mean, what would you take? A damage against you is unlucky. Take before mana, before life, and then Traveler's Wisdom and Unforeseen Path. I mean, what do you take here? Inevitable critical hit seems like kind of crazy too.
Can we see what it does?
Isn't inevitable critical like the support gem where it builds up and then
Yeah, like if you don't crit for a while, if that's a skill, then I think it's like 8 seconds build up for like a plus 200% crit chance or something. So I guess this might just be like a thing that applies to everything that you do, and then you want to like cycle multiple skills, you know, something like that. Could be nice. It definitely, like, I mean, if you're looking at like the typical ascendancy node being worth, I don't know, 10 to 15% DPS, I guess, or something like that, then something like that could easily beat that, right? If you have a build made for it. So that could be interesting.
Yeah, there's something there.
What's the name of the jewel that allows you to spec nodes around?
From nothing? Is it from nothing? I don't forget exactly the name of it.
Yeah, I think so.
This one has a radius of small.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm looking at the shaman now. Gain the benefit of additional bonded modifiers and runes and Ilos. Wait, what are Ilos? Are Ilos like Silk Core based? Oh, that's the other one, right? That comes with the Asmiri shit. No, that's charms, right? Not charms. Talismans. What the fuck is an Ilo?
Wait, where do you see that?
I'm looking at the shaman. Gain
Yeah.
benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes and Ilos.
Yeah, they probably renamed them because you had talismans. So maybe they're renamed now.
Yeah, I guess they probably renamed. They probably did rename it. Okay. I mean, it depends how strong that is. Gain 4. Wait, this one's crazy. 40 spirit for each available empty charm spot.
That seems pretty legit, actually.
Yeah, 120 spirit. I mean, what if that scales with if you're overcapped on the charm slots from your belt? You know how you get one from the campaign, you can get like +3 or something. So you have like 4.
I mean, they did mention that at some point they want to increase the maximum, right? But they're probably going to change this note then anyway. But either way, I mean, most of the time I feel like charms are kind of whatever. Like the one thing I always put is like freeze because of like strong boxes. And then, yeah, what after that, right? So it's pretty good. At very least you can like, get 80 spirit there very easily. Or maybe have some sort of like, you know, cannot be chilled or something somewhere. And then you just go like triple.
Plus, it's a 2 points. You can get this super early. So your first ascendancy, like you're level like 28, and now boom, you can gain 120 spirit.
Yeah, okay, but
Pretty...
what are you gonna put there? In Act 2?
Minions? I don't know, minions.
Okay, for minions, that's legit, I guess, yeah. I can see that.
The minions.
Every 2 raids grants 1% more spell damage. That one's kind of interesting. I'm curious how much they're going to go into the rage stuff. They seem to want to be like making rage better.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think rage is a cool mechanic, and I like that it's coming to some spellcasting action here.
Yeah, and I like this increases and reductions to mana regen also apply to your rage regeneration.
Mm-hmm.
But then you literally require, you know, rage in order to actually cast your skills.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like there's inherited rage generation stuff from the shape-shifting stuff at least, right?
Yeah.
There was endurance and power charge generation. Was there frenzy charges on the wolf?
I thought it was like endurance on the bear, frenzy on the wolf, and power on the wyvern, I think.
Yeah, it should be.
The wyvern needed to consume a corpse for it, though.
Yeah. This one's interesting. What do you think of this? Okay. Avatar of Evolution. 5% of physical taken as cold, 5% of physical taken as fire, 5% of physical taken as lightning. Okay, so you're taking 15% physical split there. Adaptions have a duration of 10 seconds. Take 4% less elemental damage per adaption, matching that adaption's type.
Yeah, but we don't see what it does, because it's like the previous node is not shown. There's like some selection.
The previous node is reactive growth. It says another 4% less elemental damage taken per adaption, matching the adaption type. Gain 1 adaption when hit by elemental damage, matching the type of the damage taken.
Also, I was looking at the wrong path there. Okay, yeah, so you're right, it's there.
So it looks like you're gaining, I don't know if that 4% is just like explaining what adaption does, or if that actually stacks to 8%, and then we don't know the cap of how many adaptions you could actually have. Like if you can have like 5 adaptions or something, it seems pretty good.
I suppose that adaption is probably some sort of like timed buff, and it explains like exactly how long it lasts and whatever. So maybe it's something like a stacking mechanic, but it has individual timers per stack or something like that.
I figured it out actually. It's adaptation. That's what it is. We did it, boys.
Thank you.
Everyone's mad because I said it wrong.
Personal chambers are on the far side. But how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this looks all right. Maybe I'm missing something, but is this... Shaman looks all right. I mean, I don't really see anything here that makes... I mean, maybe the rage per more spell damage?
Yeah, I think there are 2 things that are pretty unique here, which is number 1, the spirit, and number 2, the rage. And the spell rage that goes with it, I guess, right? So I think that's really cool stuff. Yeah, you can definitely, you know, make some stuff of this work. I'm thinking about doing something like a shaman and doing like some spellcaster druid. I was thinking about something with volcano, spam volcanoes everywhere, slam them a little bit. Could be fun.
I can't decide if I'm doing specters or wolves from the werewolf, or a wyvern something, or a vine skill with a druid. I really like the vine skill. It looked so cool. I hope you can use it as a main skill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna be kind of tough to really make any of the druid skills work as like your number 1 ability, because they seem all like, you know, very long duration and stuff like that. I think it might be like, okay, use like 1 or 2 or something of those, and then maybe you combine it with some actual like, you know, elemental skill, right, from like Sorg or something, as like your kind of like spam ability potentially. Or like, as I just said, like, you know, you can do volcanoes, and I was thinking about maybe you're gonna throw in like shockwave totems, and then you're just gonna slam your volcanoes like a bunch of times, and just they go boom with projectiles. So I think that could be pretty fun. Similar to like how we're doing it on like Warrior, with fissures. That was a thing, for example, this league.
What's your guys' take on the fact that for you to summon a spell totem, you need to consume 3 freaking endurance charges?
It's just like a copy of the melee totem, right? It's the same thing there, and I think that's okay. A spell totem is a very powerful tool.
Yeah, but it kind of defeats the purpose of playing an actual spell totem build. That entire archetype is just dead in the water, because now you need to have, you know, charge generation to even summon the totem to begin with. And even if you have items like Soul Mantle to let you have more summon totems, you're still going to have to generate a shitload of charges to be able to place them in the first place.
Yeah, I figured maybe they just don't want you to like just do totems and nothing else, right? This is probably why they make it so hard to do that. I think they want you to, okay, you use some skills, and then sometimes you throw down the totem on like the rare, and the totem helps you to take it down or something like that. I can understand people want to play like a pure totem build. Maybe they should give us some sort of option to make that happen. But there are some ways to get a lot of charges.
Combat. Yeah, I mean, you can generate charges quite quickly if you know, devote your character to it. but I mean, there are some mechanics that's really frustrating. Like Wyvern needs to consume a corpse to do it. Okay, you don't always have access to that. You can use the profane ritual that requires a corpse on the ground, which can be used on minion corpses. There are loops you can create to do it, but it's messy as fuck. To do per summon totem, but I mean, sure, meaningful combat, tactical combat gets thrown out the window as soon as you allow players to just say, "Hey, I want to use my totems to do damage. Let me summon 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, and they will do the work, and then I'll loot, and then I go to the next pack, I summon 6, 7, 8 of them, and then loot." You know. So like meaningful combat gets thrown out the window, so this whole combo playstyle kind of gets shoved out if they allow us to do that, I guess.
I mean, there's also always the possibility to add a different totem at some point that maybe it's not as universal as the spell totem, but maybe it has something, you know, like the spell totem that you're looking for, but it's like based on just cooldowns or something, right? But maybe it's worse or whatever. Or maybe they just make the spell totem, you know, much worse by default, but then if you generate the charges, it gets much upgraded or something like that, right? So that's also an option.
Yeah, I thought the walking calamity from the bear looked pretty fucking awesome. Like you're like summoning, summoning meteors like all the time. That looked pretty cool, dude.
It's a glory skill though, so you can't really like do it all the time, I guess.
Yeah.
But something like that could be interesting on like a tactician, I guess. So you can do like a tactician, bear, shapeshifter, and just like get giga glory. That could be cool.
I think they added more glory generation stuff, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, no one does it better than tactician, right? It's just like you get what is it, like 5 regen default, and then you have like some other bonuses. Like it's crazy.
It seems cool though. I like the giant meteors falling, so that one makes me kind of interested.
You know, sorry.
I was just gonna say the wyvern though, man, the flame breath, like the one where you're flying and you're like flame breathing. 750% more ignite magnitude.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's actually gonna be a thing.
Single target,
It
maybe
looked
like your boss.
clunky. Yeah, maybe a single target because it looked cool, but in the world of Path of Exile, it looked like it would be kind of clunky to play with.
Okay, but let's say, okay, here's my take though, right? What if you can get around the movement speed penalty? Because like it has a movement speed penalty, right? Because you're moving slow as fuck. But what if you're, I don't know, play like Pathfinder or something? Where, like, what if you can make it where you don't have any movement speed penalties? So you're moving at your normal, and you're just fire breathing while you're moving, like all of the time. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? You'd be like actually a dragon roasting the ground, like.
Yeah, but I think it has like you need like power charges to maintain it and just stuff like that. No, and it doesn't have like a cooldown as well. Like it seems like something that is more like a finisher than anything, right? Or like sometimes you like, you know, okay, you have your stuff ready and then you see it rare, you just fly over it and that's it. And then comes the next rare and you don't even have it ready again. So that's kind of like how I imagine this.
Well, the way I'm looking at it now is it costs 6 rage per second after your first 4 seconds. So you get 4 seconds of it, and then you cost 6 rage per second, basically. So you'd have to like counter. It's a flat 6. It doesn't like go exponential. So if you could have a way to generate the rage, you would be fine.
There are ways to sort that. And I know that because me and Lolaj were working hard on fixing the goddamn Reavers, which apparently got buffed. I gotta read them later. But there are ways to make rage generation.
Yeah, well, it says you cannot
gain rage while active.
Yeah, I've seen that now too.
Never mind.
But you do spin the rage 50% slower if you have it empowered. So you could empower it, and then it's 3 rage per second. I mean, that could be.
I mean, you're definitely gonna be in the air for a long time then. Yeah. But then I guess if you cancel it because you have to do like an evade or something, then yeah, oof, right? And you don't want to fly around in the same spot for like 15 seconds or something. Like, let's say you have all that rage. Like, what are you gonna do, man? Like,
okay, but did you notice that the head is moving where the mouse is moving? So you can move WASD and then you turn and roast as you're going. So you're basically shooting like an incinerate flamethrower, like as you're moving.
See, that's my problem. I think that WASD in PoE is fantastic. I will never play with it. I just cannot bring myself to do it. I played Diablo 2 for way too long. I need to have click to move. I know it's good. I just cannot bring myself to do it.
That's wild.
And that
bro.
seems
That's
like it would be
insane.
fucking wild playing that skill on click to move.
That sounds like a personal problem.
he would just start shooting fucking fire breath on the ground for that millisecond I move my cursor to move north or whatever, and then I have to turn around to shoot back at the target. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm with the M
It's
here.
really good. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I think you're cooked. I think you need to try some WSD, man.
I mean, I'm saying it's really good. I just cannot bring myself to play it. It's like the movie's just too good.
Nah, but I mean, I guess it's like understandable that in a game like this, like some skills just don't work out that well if you click the move, and this is like something you kind of have to be aware of when you choose a build, I guess, right? Like some stuff is just like so good with it, you know, because it's like a very fast build, or like, you know, you do like, you know, shoot and move and like this or something, right? It is just what it is.
Oh.
I think in some cases it does matter, in other cases it does matter a lot, and you have to kind of make your choice.
I'm playing this shit. I don't care if it's dog shit. I'm playing it, dude. You guys are gonna watch. You're gonna watch me get called a fucking tourist again, as I'm like sitting there ZDPS flying on the Fairy Prince before he one shots my ass, bro. I love every second. I'm going flying dragon flame breath. You try to fucking stop me.
Oh my god. I wonder if you can actually like avoid any sort of ground effects while you're flying. So that would be a kind of cool mechanic. Or if it actually has like 3D like you know, hit detection. Like, you know, like for example, like I'm thinking about a tornado bird, like that shoots like the lines through the arena or something, right? So can you fly over that shit, for example? That could be cool. Yeah.
Yo, speaking of ailments, my dude, did you see these juicy Katava changes? Hold on, dude. The Katava changes are actually insane. I don't know if you guys read this yet. Hold on. Smith of Katava. Hey, look at this here.
They are pretty good, actually.
Let me get my copium. Let me get my copium here, okay? So now you get internal layer reduces critical damage taken by 100%. I mean, let's fucking go. And then the next one here, heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging elements.
Yeah. Not terrible, at least. It's only damaging elements. It's not freeze and shock, which are, I think, kind of the most important elements to be immune against. But yeah, I mean, I'll take it, I guess.
Okay, and here's one for Ghazi, okay? Your body armor can grant you 30% increased spirit.
Yeah, and what else does the class bring me? Nothing.
Minions,
There's a manifest weapon, man. You have your own minion.
Don't even bring up the manifest weapon, man. That is the most heartbreaking patch notes I've ever read in my entire life when they introduced that. I was so excited about getting animate weapon into PoE 2, and what do we get? Manifest weapon. I have to sit there like a fucking smithy and start smacking an anvil in the middle of a fight and watch a weapon fly around with, like, what was it, 200-second cooldown on using their abilities, and it was using my weapon. That's not what I wanted. I wanted an animate weapon. And what did I get? I got shit. Not only that, these manifested weapons, they literally hit enemies like an overcooked wet noodle. It sounds like this when they attack.
Well,
that's all you hear.
If anyone can do it, you can do it. All right, we believe in you to bring animate weapon, manifest weapon from the Smith of Katava to the forefront of the meta in 0.4. Do you accept the challenge? Smith of Katava start, guys. What do you have to say to the people?
Yeah, log in on Warrior, guys. Who cares about Druid? Log in Warrior. Smith it up. Let's go.
Yo, dude, actually, speaking of Warrior, dude, we got another huge buff. Did you see on Citadel? Huge, big dick buff, dude. Like double tap buff. 30% less area of effect and 30% less damage removed. Like, Shield Wall got a massive buff after already being good.
I haven't tried it, so I'm not really sure.
It's insane. It's crazy good. Like, it makes Shield Wall shoot out like fissures. And then they pop. And the downside is you don't get the damage or whatever. So you would have to take it off of the boss. This is crazy. I mean, Shield Wall was nuts. I two-shot bosses in Act 4 campaign with like Shield Wall. It's fucking disgusting. So like this is making this.
Minions are OP. What the fuck?
Yeah, because you don't have to play the game. You gotta go use the restroom and you come back to your map being cleared. We actually have to like face tank everything. So this is a well-deserved minion buff. Thank you, Mark Roberts and Jonathan Rogers. Nicely done. Good job. Hashtag ad. I'm a fan.
Did you see did you catch the biggest nerf to minions, by the way?
Anything that says minions, I skipped over in the patch notes. So, like, what? Tell us.
Talismans
already having a
are
good day.
limited to 1.
What?
Wait, how does that? Wait, what is that? Wait, how's that matter?
We went from 7x 6% reduction of reservation efficiencies to 1x8.
Oh, I have no idea what the fuck you're saying right now. You gotta explain it to someone who doesn't play
Darkness
Degen
Enthroned.
builds.
Darkness Enthroned.
Yeah.
Reservation efficiency Talisman of Ralakesh.
Oh, you mean you're talking the fucking like socket bows. I'm thinking talisman. Okay, all right.
No. I'm talking about the soccer ball. Limited to 1. We lost hilarious amount of reservation efficiency as a result of that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You. True. You know what? I'm trying to summon the emotions to care.
Yeah, I can't really do it.
You know what? That was a well-needed nerf. I'm liking that. Because now, for sure, the +1 arrow shit got nerfed too, right? Like, you don't think they're gonna have +1 arrow in like all of it. It's because of the double corrupt. There's like no shot they give you +5 arrows in the fucking side. Like, there's no shot.
Oh, fuck. I am curious though, like not just the minion stuff, but like the Darkness Enthroned. What's the fucking purpose of using that when you're limited to 1 talisman now? Because DE rolls with like, let's say, hey, like the minion uses the belt that has the sockets count as helmet. What are we gonna do? Put 1 Ralakesh in there, and then what else do we use? And it affects other builds as well. A lot of people use Darkness Enthroned, not just minion builds. People use it for boots, talismans.
Yeah, okay, you just put like the second best after that, and you know maybe that is enough, and maybe not. I mean, it doesn't have to go in every build, I think. Like, you know, I think it's
it
fine.
was like the minion belt, and now you can't even use it. Like, it's kind of irrelevant. There is no second best talisman for minions. Like, it's completely irrelevant. But other builds, I guess, have some use of it. I guess, but I mean, it affects everyone across the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but do we, I mean, is Darkness Enthroned not another Ingenuity situation?
I think it's fine if it remains some sort of like niche thing, and there's like, you know, certain builds that we're not thinking about right now that still have like this one really good socketable that you really want to buff or something. I don't know, I think that it might still be
I don't
nice.
have a problem with it. And plus, like, doesn't that mean they can keep adding like kind of busted socketables if they're limited to 1 on some of them? Like they can.
Yeah, I really like that idea actually. I like this, like, okay, you find this thing, it's like, holy shit, man, I gotta socket this in or something. Like, yeah, I think this is a very cool solution to this problem of, okay, there are ridiculous socketables, and now we just stack them, and we get like, you know, the extra sockets, and if you don't have the extra sockets, then you suck. You know, like.
They had to do it because Darkness Enthroned is in the game and we have double corrupt now. Like, you can't have an exceptional 2 socket plus double corrupt 4 sockets. So what Ghazi wants is he wants a 4 socket Darkness Enthroned, vowed up Darkness Enthroned, 199, 69, 420% boosted, quadra socketed in the helmet. Like, dude, come on. I don't think they're gonna give it to you.
Yeah, I agree with DM.
Exaggerating a little bit.
No, that's exactly what would happen, bro. You and your army of traders within like day 1 are gonna have an 18-mirror helmet you're gonna put in your fucking display case and jerk off over the next 4 years. Like, that's exactly
Don't
what
hate on my helmet,
happens
man.
in every league. I have to hear about. Look at this helmet I built. It only cost us 12 mirrors. I have to hear it every goddamn day, dude. Like, I know exactly what would have happened.
I still remember the famous Ghazi clip when he slams the +2 to all minion skills on his helm. Oh, what was that? Yeah, the vision crafting.
That's a lot of years ago.
I remember it.
Oh, wait. Was that the one time
with closed eyes?
Kicked the chair?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was with closed eyes or something. He slammed it, and then Chat will probably dig up the clip somewhere.
That was good times, though.
Rolling magma, though.
I think it's. I think that it's going to be very good for the game, like you said. That it allows them to add more busted talisman and whatnot. It's going to be interesting, and also opening up the belt slot for more builds is going to be fun as well. Similar to what they did with Ingenuity, it's still strong, right? But
yeah, I mean it's strong, but you need to have like exactly kind of like the right build for it, or like, you know, the like really juicy rolls on your rings plus really juicy roll on the Ingenuity, and if at that point it becomes like a better option than just you know, having another belt there basically or so, I think that's fine, right? And there are some builds that kind of like scale more with specific stats on your rings, right? So it's kind of cool that this is an option, but I don't want to, like, you know, like 0.1 ingenuity again, where every fucking build just runs it because it's just OP, right? And the same with like the Darkness Enthroned. Like, I think it's fine if there's like very like kind of specific cases, like, okay, you really want to get this extra boost here with your sockets, and otherwise you just don't use it, and I think that's fine, you know?
But yeah, Rolling Magma, you said, I was kind of happy that they introduced that. I like Rolling Magma. I think it's cool.
Rolling Magma's sick. I mean,
And didn't it trigger the fissures or the volcanoes?
yeah, it does. It's just Super Mario building coming now. So like, I'm gonna make my Wyvern's name is gonna be like It's a Me Wyverno, and then I'm gonna be doing rolling magma balls. It's gonna be great, dude.
So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed. But they're also
Oh, what's this clip?
a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing
Oh, this is you slamming your helmet, isn't it?
best to take advantage of these.
Is it?
Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support.
Yeah, I'm not really excited about Rolling Magma, but I want to try Volcano stuff.
Yeah, Rolling Magma is like, I don't really like Rolling Magma in PoE 1 either, but it just looks funny. Like, you're just shooting this little ball that's kind of... See, I look at the fire... I'm watching the Fire Breath clip again, and it's like... Well, I don't care if it is clunky, and if no one plays it, it looks cool. Like, I've got to try that shit. Like, it might end up being, you know, my Stormweaver Infusion Archmage 0.3 start all over again, but I got to try it.
Changes storm skills like your thunderstorm or tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse.
I was watching the clip. You were talking about Rolling Magma, right?
No,
Or
the the flying Fire Breath. I've got to.
Fire Breath, okay.
I have to try it. Okay, for research. I have to know for science, dude.
I kind of want to make the werewolf wolf pack thing, where the focus is the minions. I don't know if that's possible. I want
There
more
is a lot of
information on the druid skills.
Yeah, you can see some of the druid skills and their numbers on the website, but yeah, we're waiting on the rest of them. I mean, I haven't finished the patch notes yet. When we're done yapping here, I'm going to go finish the patch notes.
Yeah, I think they will probably like tease like them all over the week or something, and then at some point they're gonna release the remaining skills or so that people can actually check them out. Did it do that with Huntress? I don't remember actually. Did it happen with Huntress?
I think we all had to wait because everyone was shocked and talking about how dog shit it was on launch. Remember? Like,
Yeah, people are talking about the like how dogshit parry was, but I mean Huntress in general was pretty strong, no?
No, I mean, I don't know. Okay, maybe my memory is incorrect, but I remember both people yapping about parry being annoying and that like the skills were doing low damage and they were getting shit on the campaign. To be fair, like there was also the fact that they like made mob HP like absolutely wild. But I remember people mega bitching about early game spear for the first like 2 or 3 days until people start figuring out like what to do with it.
Then it just casually became the meta.
Yeah, and then Lightning Spear was discovered, and that was basically the entire league.
Pretty much sums it up.
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse.
This like Wyvern swiping, where you like get power charges to make your swipe do more swipe. Like that's DOA, right? Like 0% play rate. I don't think I can do anything with that, right?
I think most things relying on charges is considered DOA till people figure out how to do that smoothly.
I mean, there are several ways to do smooth charge generation. So it depends a little bit on which skill you're trying to do and how many charges you need, I think, right? If you need like a charge every second, then okay, you have a problem. But if you need like a charge sometimes, you know, that definitely works, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta stay true to PoE.
And you have stuff like Combat Frenzy, for example, you know, like you can do Combat Frenzy, play a wolf, freeze shit, get your power charges that way, or your frenzy charges that way. Like, you know, there's like a pretty typical like monk interaction, for example. And I could absolutely see this also being used on like the druid for this.
Then Combat Frenzy got gutted, like Resonance Combat Frenzy tech was like removed or something.
What? Really?
What happened to it? Something
happened to it. I don't remember what it was, but they did something to that because I use that shit all the time. Where is it? I'm gonna look it up here.
Also, I mean, we gotta keep in mind another very important detail. Would it really be Path of Exile 2 if it's not a lightning skill being the meta for 0.4?
Well, I mean, they do. Lightning got nerfed pretty hard. You know what's hilarious? Actually, speaking of, you're ready for me, the bitch guys. You're welcome. It's your time to make fun of me. But
Can I guess first?
Yeah, go. Okay. I didn't say any keywords. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think I'm off either way. I thought you were going to mention how Ark got the stray hit.
Okay. Yeah. You mean sure. But whatever. You can still play Ark. The one for me is like Archmage again, like Mana Stacker again got shit on, and the big irony of it is Archmage got shit on because bows exist.
Like, what?
We lost the 2% damage intel because they're nerfing lightning across the board.
Ah, yes.
So everyone would take that on all the lightning builds, which basically boiled down to people just playing like bows and Galvanic. And it got nerfed, even though Mana Stacker kind of sucks. So Mana Stacker got screwed again.
Yeah, okay, I mean, it's probably fine that, this is like an archetype, maybe they figure it out in the next patch and try to like add some synergies that are specific to like the mana stacking archetype, and then it's gonna be good again or so, right?
Yeah,
I'm not really too worried.
I mean, we don't know the nodes. They could have added mana nodes or something. The mana nodes like would make sense near the Templar, so maybe we could have gotten, strength in. They could have added mana nodes or something and saved it a bit there. But yeah, like one vector of scaling for Archmage got removed for sure. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go look at the unique changes.
Okay.
I'm going to go dive in, boys. Good yap session. You guys going all night, or what's your move all night here?
I'm also gonna look at the patch notes and I know maybe start cooking some builds. I mean, I have a bunch of builds from 0.3 that I want to update for 0.4 now. Like not Druid builds, I guess, since I have them, basically made, and I can just kind of continue like updating them. So that's something I will do probably.
Your Chrono build looked like it's going to be fine.
Yeah, the Chrono build seems it's fine. Yeah, even improved potentially. So definitely nice. Yeah, and I had a bunch of other builds. Like I also played like the world like physical monk, and that was like you saw this in the preview at some point. They had like this gigantic AoE size. That was a giga buffed as well. So there's something I played actually.
And also, as far as I can tell, ED Contagion didn't get touched at all. So ED Contagion still seems very clean. There was a video of a guy who took 5 hours, 20 minutes to go from level 1 to tier 15 map. So, I mean, ED Contagion probably back on the menu too. I think that's going to be the starter. If, for a lot of people, if LA, LA's dead. I'm about to go read the LA changes, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how much the lightning arrow changes actually impact the build, but it seems like you probably don't really get like any chains anymore, basically. Compared to like, I don't know, dozens at the same time or something.
Well, and then Nova Projectile is kind of rough, I guess. Like Nova Projectile changes plus the fact that you can't stack additional arrow anymore. And I think they said they removed the arrow mod also on suffixes. So that was in the Q&A if I heard that correctly. So I think they actually like...
Oh, you mean on bow, like no more +1 projectile or what?
I think so. I might have heard it wrong, but I thought they said that.
What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out.
Anyway, alright, I'm gonna go read the changes. GG boys, good chat.
Yeah, GG's. I'll catch you guys later.
Alright, that was fun. See you guys.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, so this was Gazi and DM guys. Let's check the rest of the patch notes. So I think we are relatively far now. We were like at the uniques here. How much is left? Bunch of uniques, and then what is this? Endgame changes. Okay, this could be interesting. And some item changes. Okay, so let's do that.
Allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot.
I'm glad the is on my side about mana stackers. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of mana stackers as well, but I haven't actually tried it yet. And okay, if that is like just a dead archetype for another patch, it's with all the other stuff that we have, I think that's okay, right? They don't have to try to fix every single thing at once. So they can probably figure out some clever solution next patch or whatever. Okay, so you place with arrow chance. Interesting. I think I read something about that. There was like some surpassing chance of something. I read about that, but I didn't quite understand what it means. That's probably what that is, right? Okay, we'll see it, I guess, when we go to the item changes. We're almost there. Reward Moria Invictus, let's see. Here is Ire. No longer have the increased duration. Now has gained 25 as extra cold. Okay, that's kind of nice. 25 some freeze duration. That's also kind of nice. Let me see here is Ire while I add it. Okay, has no life. Invasion rating is doubled if you have not been hit recently. It's actually not a bad item, but I mean, you're gonna be squish. Greenhouse of Forest. This change does not affect existing items per evasion rating, but it can be updated. Okay, you have 25 movement and 1% movement per 6 on evasion, capped at 50. So it gets 75 movement. That's actually kind of insane. And much more easily than before. You need 30,000 evasion, which is a totally high value. That seems pretty good. Other modifiers the movement do not apply. I forgot about that part actually. So I guess it kind of makes up for boots, and then you have this basically. I can zoom in a little bit. Wonder Fist might actually be good. This looks like the unarmed glove, right? Crackling Palm. We'll see. Log in Deadeye and Roa again. Nah. There's gonna be plenty of other good stuff. Adonia's Ego Pinnacle of Power.
To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in
The nerfed Perfidy. Interesting.
a whole new set of rooms are available to you. And they have some pretty
Spin of the Royal now has elemental ailment threshold.
Level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item.
Ah, this was buffed actually. So it takes uncapped, which is like everything, instead of just the overcap. Okay.
And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had.
I'm not sure if that is really good. Choir of the Storm's cooldown has 5 cooldown uses. So I guess I have a bit of a burst there or something, right? It's like the neck.
And it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them?
Cooldown 0.5. Okay, so I guess it kind of just ramps up. How good is this actually? 30 to 565. How do we trigger this? Call down a shocking bolt of lightning, strike, critical hits, ignore, trigger skills on crit. Okay, so here. Wonder how good it is. They said that they removed skill ranks from neck, right? They said. So stuff like this probably became a lot better now. Oh, 20 seconds. That's cool. It's gonna be real strong to be worth it. I mean, if you trigger this 5 times at the same time, costs 0 mana, and then it just comes back like every half second, I mean, doesn't seem bad. Lots of shock as well. The fix it for foci? No, I thought I talked about neck. What time is the new D3 season tomorrow? That depends where you live. Not necessarily. That depends on which region you want to play. Unborn Lich now rolls 4 instead of 3. Is that the stealth? No, okay. Grip of Kunamak has had many of its modifier ranges buffed. Great. EU. EU is 15 hours from now. Oh shit. It's gonna be a struggle, man. I have to do a lot of like stuff on like D4. Record some videos as well to have them ready, and then do sleep, and then do the blasts on D3. And then you have to get back into like the PoE cooking as well. You generate 1 life per second per 16 spent. So this is definitely a huge nerf to this whole like blood mage shenanigans, right?
Now there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today
like
is the Flesh Surgeon.
1 life per 16 spent, so this is halved. And then the duration is also halved, so you get a quarter. And then you have less life cost, which is actually a downside, right? Because you want to spend more to have more damage.
The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice
I think you done.
just sitting there.
It was way too OP, literally impossible to die with that. Yeah, I haven't tried it. Like, this was like a trade thing. PoE2 is the youngest on AVG and already have the most classes. Something isn't right. I mean, I have now 8 classes. And that's a pretty large number. I guess it depends on, like, you know, different games do classes differently, right? Like, a PoE class is not really the equivalent of, like, a Diablo class or something. And that is not really the equivalent of, like, a Titan Quest class, you know, or something like that, so it's kind of tough to compare them one-to-one, I think. 250 passageway nodes, including the 130 they quoted for the Oracle. They didn't specify that, but I assume yes. The purple fireball builds, he had 9k ES and 6k life, plus Defiance of Destiny. So now I have questions. If we have 6k life, why do we have any ES? And then why do we have Destiny? Defiance, I mean. Like, what is going on? League starting Chronomancer still? No. I mean, I will update my Chronomancer build as a League starter. You know, that's obviously a very League starter friendly build. That was very good. But I have just played it, right? I don't want to do it again right now. I want to do the druid stuff. Alright. Rune sockets have a medium to augment sockets. Non-jewel items that go into augment sockets have a medium to socketables. To augments, okay. Existing augment items have a medium to idols. Existing items that have invalid augment sockets on the following limit chains will be unable to be used until the sockets are once again valid. Oh boy. So which are all of these? Let's find it out. So socketables. Great. Rune. Can we find it here? Exclusive runes. Okay, these are from the map. Okay, here we go. So, how do we do this?
Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adziri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber.
How do I put it here? I want to combine this and have it left and right, basically. I guess you can just do this, yeah. Okay. Let's see them. Okay. Hedgewitch Asandra. What the fuck is that? +1 to level of all spell skills. Okay, I've never seen that. Okay. Wand or stuff. Sakawa. That's a different one. 5% of damage is extra of all elements. Okay. Venomous. Agony. 13 as extra chaos. Farrell's Rune of Grace. Movement penalty. Okay. Farrell's Rune of the Chase. Honestly, at this point, I should probably just like add a limit to 1 for all of them or something like that, right? It just would make it much easier to like understand, okay, what they are about, and I can even buff some of them, for example. Because some of them don't seem that crazy. Movement speed, okay. Creation's Rune of Warding now grants body armor 30% reduce the effect of curses. Okay, Sakura's Rune of Memory. 2% XP. Okay, Sakura's Rune of Erosion. Okay. Farrell's Rune of the Hunt. Kinda nice. Creation's Rune of Recovery. That's pretty good too. Courtesan Manon's Rune of Cruelty. Magnitude of damaging ailments. Okay. Bane Granule. Increase magnitude of non-damaging ailments. It seems like it's basically all of them actually. Is there like anything left? Venomous Rune of Spinning. Counter Sesuke. Bow attacks fire an additional arrow. So that still exists as +1, okay. Bane Girds. 25% chance for spell skills to fire additional projectiles. Yeah, this is wild as well. Venomous Rune of Training. Reveal Magnitude. Bane Merc. Okay, so interestingly, these are also... Yeah, it seems like they might have limited all of them. Lady. Fane Leddled. Lightning. Claws and Willpower. The Great Wolf. Is this and this. Did this even exist? All the cool ones are limited. Yeah, it seems like all of them are limited. Mm-hmm. Idol of Sirius. This is a new one, right? Because they're already called Idol. Or... Where are they? Doesn't exist here. So these are new, I guess. Full. Okay. So these are the new ones, I guess. Okay, so everything that's not a normal rune, basically, is limited, right? Like, this was literally all of them. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. Did I miss one? Maybe I missed one. No, it's only 21 here, and here's 22. One of them is not limited. It's, unless it's somewhere else. But I guess maybe they didn't put it here or they forgot, or maybe it's like just mentioned somewhere else. Like here's also Soul Cores, so maybe it's like somewhere down there or some shit. So I guess we can just assume that everything is limited here. And I guess, what about these? The unique ones, yeah. Greater Rune of Tithing, Alacrity. Are they gonna be? I guess we find out. So Ah, they're maybe not runes, they're like talismans, right? You have to look for talisman. Let's see.
Of course, another important area is game balance.
Okay, here we go.
Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes.
Preservation efficiency, cost efficiency, charm slot. That's pretty good. Okay, the attack speed. Plus 1 poison, that's also pretty good. Okay. Okay, now we can do the soul cores, I guess. Yeah, the talismans will be called idols now. Okay, so how many are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Okay, everything is limited. There you go. Does any of that really matter? I guess the Chaos Res one is kinda nice, the All Res one, okay. Live, Charm charges. Chance to cause bleeding on hit. Poison on hit. I kind of like the system though, with the limit to 1. What about these here? Endgame Soul Cores. I mean, where the fuck are those from actually? I've never seen those.
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you.
So this one is this one here actually. Wait, are these the same ones? Atmohua, Soul Core of Retreat. Soul Core of Atmohua. That's the same but just stronger. No, it's not. 30% faster start. Where the fuck did you get those? I don't even know where they come from. Can appear as a reward in Trial of Chaos. Really? Okay, I guess it was introduced in 0.2, and I think in 0.2 and in 0.3 I didn't really farm a lot of trials. Okay. I've literally never seen this. But I did most of my trial farming in 0.1 actually, so they didn't exist then. So how many different ones are there? Is it also 15? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's less actually. What are the effects here? Spirit, requirements, res, life, charge, max res, chaos res, crit, threshold. Okay, and here, ES, projectile speed, chaos damage, increased speed of recoup effects, cooldown recovery rate, -4 chaos res, 50% chance when you gain a power charge, you gain additional power charge. That's kind of nice. Okay, so it doesn't look like all of them were capped now, though. No, it's the reverse. So all of these were capped, but there is some more mentioned here that we have not seen yet. So that's basically what it is. Okay. So the same thing as here. There was like one idol that I think was like listed here, or like here, these things. Some of them were not here in this list. They're new, I guess. I wonder if they release all the talismans, what a druid can shape shit into. Yeah, maybe. The modifiers of bow attacks fire X additional arrows on bows have been disabled. Okay. A new modifier has been added to bows, plus X% surpassing chance to fire addition. So surpassing chance, I imagine, means you can have more than 100%, and then you get always 1 arrow, and then if you have 200% you get 2 arrows, and so on. So this is probably what that means, right? Yeah, it seems so. Ah, so wait a minute, they did not actually delete this. They made it easier to get. Wait a minute. So, but it also kind of sucks, right? Like, the problem is that if you get one extra arrow sometimes, then your pattern is gonna be fucked up. And you don't actually hit your target, right? Because you're gonna spread on a distance, and you don't actually hit it. If you can't get 200%, yeah, you can get 200%, but obviously this is like a perfect roll on the hardest, like you know, on the tier 1 roll, right? So you can get it. So I guess getting the +2 is way harder before, but you can get something probably way easier, right? So this and this is probably going to be a lot more common. But yeah, like you have the problem that if you don't have guaranteed this many arrows, it's just gonna suck, right? Besides for builds where you already have enough of a spread anyway, or like you shoot like some sort of barrage or whatever. Falcon said offensive data is fine. Yeah, it's certainly fine. It doesn't look like it goes past 2. It does go past 200% actually, you can sanctify this. And then you can get, you know, out of bounds plus 20%, so you can get actually 240% chance. But either way, it's gonna feel really bad not having exactly 1 arrow every time, or not having exactly 2 arrows every time. Oof. Double crops exist? Yeah, but double crops doesn't help you with getting more arrows. Okay, it might be like a crafted mod for like an arrow, right? So that might be a thing. I think Deadeye with Raw will rule the unique. You don't know the mods? I mean, we know all the corruption mods now, from like previous leagues. Unless they change some. Okay, spell damage, specific damage type, damage is extra, and steps are now 33% stronger. Okay, magnitude of damaging elements can roll. Okay. Why does this not get bigger? What the fuck? Okay, anyway. Yo, Topper. Thanks for sub, man. Appreciate it. Okay, they buffed ES on the foci. Quite a lot, in fact. Warcries empower an additional attack. Now that is pretty good. Yeah, they changed some base types and stuff. They made some of them slower. Okay. Here's crit malls. Okay, so it's just kind of like minor like balancing here on these weapons. Nothing crazy. Oh, here's interesting. The Elf Coals modifier now grants 1 to fire spells from 2. +1 to all spell skills on Folk and Element has another count of 10, previously 5. Okay, so +1 to all spells on Foca and Emirates still exists. So there was something I thought I talked about here. But apparently they reduced this. I wonder if they also lowered the essence. 2 instead of 3. 3 to 4 instead of 4. 1 instead of 2. 2 instead of 3. Perfect Essence of Battle now grants +3 on one-handed from 4. And 5 on two-handed instead of 6. Okay, so I lowered it a little bit. Essence is buffed for spell damage. I guess they just changed the entire like mod pool here for spell damage. Why is everything twice here? Does it like twice? Okay. Oh, Pharaoh's Rune of Grace now grants 8% increased deflection rating while moving instead of reduced movement penalty. Oh shit. Dude, this reduced movement penalty stuff has been so nerfed, actually. Crazy. The Roar doesn't... Now, the Roar still doesn't it gives it to you, right? But on the tree it was nerfed, the Rune was nerfed, the chest was nerfed. The new mechanic is a mechanic from PoE 1 or complete new mechanic? Yeah, it's a lot of like PoE 1 stuff in there. They kind of like mixed synthesis and incursion together. It's kind of interesting how they're like remixing their old leaks. And I guess I can just keep doing that for like the next 3 years and they're gonna be fine. Added a relic locker to every end of floor reward room in the Trial of Sekimas. Nice. Relic modifier, light footed can no longer roll. Is it like the dodge roll thing or the movement speed thing? Okay. Endgame changes. Map packs no longer scale pack size as increase in tier. They instead increase non-unique monster effectiveness. Effectiveness grants monsters increased life, increased experience granted, increased quantity of items dropped. Tablets now have a maximum of 4 modifiers. To unlock the ability to craft a tablet beyond, 2 modifiers need to have defeated the Arbiter of Ash. I think this is like a very cool kind of like target to get now, right? It's like, okay, you do Arbiter, and then you can do Rare. I like this, actually. That's very cool. The following tablet modifiers have been disabled. Quant. Delirious. Oh, there is a lot of stuff. Okay, anything important? +1 additional Rare modifier. For uniques, re-enabled. Map has 1 or 2 additional random modifiers. Holy. Pack size, rarity, magic, rare. Yeah, I wonder how this is gonna feel, but I think it's gonna actually feel kind of nice. You just like find some tablets here and there, you craft them with like an alchemy, and then maybe corrupt them even. Hi, Q guys only. Again. Roar got nerfed into the ground. I wouldn't say that. They just like reverted it to pre 0.3, but it doesn't really seem like either an upgrade or a downgrade to me. If anything, it was an upgrade, I guess. Because it has, like, they removed all of the, like, movement penalty stuff almost everywhere. And now the Roar just gives you no movement penalty at all. So I think that's probably better, actually. Think you're going to live in the temples a good amount. You could see people selling temple runs, so for sure. I mean, if there's like specific things that you want, you know, to craft or something, yeah, maybe people come and like, double crop their gear from temples that other people have built. But I guess realistically, it's gonna be easier to make the temple of the corruption than getting an item that you want to double corrupt, right? Like you have to make the item and then corrupt it, and it has to survive, and then you have to corrupt it again. So I guess getting the items is gonna be the tough part. Unless it's like some super easy unique or something. I guess I can turn on my music again slowly. It's been kind of silent here. Okay, they generally narrowed the ranges a little bit. 40 to 70, 5 to 10, instead of 4 to 10, or 25 to 70, and so on. So they just made them like a bit more like streamlined. I think that's fine. Everything super juicy. With the fleeting map modifier can only roll on tier 11. Not sure what that is. Is that like the some speed modifier or something? Oh, rare breach monsters have onslaught and rare breach monsters have 50% increased effectiveness. Okay, no more Soul Eater. Alright. Druid, Wyvern, Roar. Dude, imagine a Wyvern riding on the Roar. Let's go. You can sell Dark Albatross as an item. Ah, okay. Can you just whip all of the rewards there? Only way you're touching a ranger is if it's Pathfinder. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna cook some Pathfinder at some point for sure. It's gonna be very cool. Okay, they changed a lot of these like delirium things here. Wait a minute. Magic ones and maps have 25 chance to have additional delirium modifier. Currency which drops from delirium monsters in maps is stolen by the map boss. Each stolen currency has a 20% chance to be duplicated. Interesting. So, does this mean you can just boss rush and then get all the stuff? Or do you have to clear everything and then kill a boss? I don't know which way this goes. You clear and then boss. Okay, so I have to be like fast enough basically and clear everything and then run to the boss. Okay. And then you get a 20% chance to get duplicated. Kinda neat. Very fun way of making like a big loot pinata as well, right? But yeah, if you fail and then the delirium fog runs out, you lose it all, right? So actually maybe don't. It says it only has a chance to be duplicated if under the effects of delirium. So I guess the map boss still drops it if you fail to reach it in time. So maybe it's not bad. The delirium no longer has a reward bar indicator. Instead, delirium monsters have a chance to drop liquid emotions. Interesting. Boss phase in Sonab can also drop a guaranteed liquid emotion. Okay. I wonder if they're gonna nerf Simulacrum a little bit, because Simulacrum is so much harder than like everything else in the game. But maybe that's okay. Wait, Idols of S11 are no longer required to unlock vault maps. Existing idols will be deleted. Funny, because I've never found one. I've never gotten one. Because they were all fucking bugged. And now they're not bugged anymore, but yeah. I was trying to open one and then like the two maps that I ran that had the indicator didn't drop it, and the last one was like 15 maps all the way around. He found a single one and sold before the market dropped. Porg. So now I just go to the vault, I guess, or what? Remove the camera, zoom out on completion of tower maps. Stage. Monster changes. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once the boss has finished, is emerged and becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves on its down location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction period. Okay, can we get a little bit more specific than that? That would be cool. What does that mean? What the fuck? But I guess it is nice that they're kind of like removing something like front-loaded, you know, stacking of mechanics. Roa now has 100% reduced movement penalty from using skills unmounted. Is that not a nerf? No, that's a buff. You have less penalty. Does it apply to big bosses like King of Mists? I mean, it says bosses, so I imagine every boss. So, yeah. The Z DPS is getting weaker. No, this is actually an upgrade for weak builds compared to the strong builds, right? Because the strong builds will just instant kill a boss and that's it. But now they have to at least fight it for a little bit. So they compared to the previous boss time, they got like a way longer fight. Where on a weak build, it didn't really matter, right? Being able to skip mechanics of doing one boss damage is fun. Yeah, I mean, we don't know like how long. I imagine this is not a very long timer. Like Arbiter of Ash actually has this mechanic, right, where at least during his first fire beam, he barely takes any damage, and then after the first fire beam, he becomes like real, basically. So this is like, I don't know what, 6 seconds or something like that. I could imagine it's gonna be some similar timer here. It's probably not very long. And also it like falls off over time, so it's not like an Arbiter where he has like, I don't know, 95% damage reduction and then it goes to 0. But it's probably like, it starts at 100 and then, maybe every second it decays like 15% or whatever. So I imagine that's probably how that goes. The Dark Mist quest now grants a mist-shrouded term. What the fuck is a Dark Mist quest? So not the Blind Beast. Does anyone know which quest that is? Coast's Lightning Barrage should no longer hit with 9 projectiles at point blank range. Okay. The Deadeye nerf is fine by me. It's just a little defense nerf. Just a little... Oh, I lost a third of my EHP nerf. On, like, the squishiest class. Oh, just a little nerf. And I mean, the Lightning Arrow plus Lightning Rod nerf seems significant too. LA Druid Oracle. People are talking about like Tailwind Shapeshift, but now we have LA Druid Oracle. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Bug fixes. Oh boy. It's not that many though, okay. That seems like a pretty major bug actually. Fixed glory not generating while on a raw amount. That's a very odd bug. Okay. The Argent's buff is insane. Is that the ammo lineage gem? Is Dead Eye with Raw still really good? Yes, it is. But they're gonna be way squishier. And he will have much less boss damage. So it's gonna be like some really good endgame build still. But yeah, getting there will basically be much harder. Curious if we can take Adorned into the temple. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because there's actually plenty of stuff that comes pre-corrupted, right? Like Adorned is always corrupted, I think, and also like the Breach, Jewel, and these kind of things. And now you can just go and corrupt them again, and then you can reroll the values of that extra corrupt as well, right? So that could be very interesting. Not just that, but you can roll the values out of bounds, so the Adorned goes from 100% possible to 180% bonus. Like 100% Adorned was already ridiculous, no? And now you can also double corrupt your magic jewels, right? So you can have like 2 stats on your magic jewel, and then you can like add 2 more from corruption. And then you can get a 108% bonus on that. Oh my fucking god, man. That's actually ridiculous. You're a bit curious about the mana cost of crossbow? I didn't see any changes to mana cost on crossbow, so they're chilling, I think. Especially if you get free reloads, you don't have to spend the mana cost, because the only time you spend the mana is when you reload. So you can actually just like shoot when you have like infinite ammo, basically. Talismans are the source of shapeshifting skills. What will have the caster spells? Yeah, it will be just typical caster weapons, wands and stuff. And I think both of them are not actually tied to any weapon at all. So, like, you know, if, like elemental skills, for example, I don't think they require a weapon at all. Any info on Foulborn uniques? Nope. Each unique, I think, will be most busted by having its negative side corrupted away. I mean, you can look at all the uniques in the game and then try to find some that have some shitty downsides. But I think they said that this is not necessarily something that can happen to every single unique, right? Bow and shield. I think you're cooked, man. Alright. So the bug fix actually had nothing really interesting, I think. But yeah, that's it. Someone's gonna get a 400% Widow Hail and negate all this less skill rank stuff. 400% Widow Hail. I mean, you can. Widow Hail is 250, right? And then with 20% extra. Oh wait, okay, so if you can double corrupt it and get the same outcome twice. So the question is that possible in... It's not possible in PoE 1. You can't get the same outcome twice. You can't get a +1 to a skill and then +1 again when you double corrupt. It's like, you know, it's a 21-23 gem, not a 22-20. So I'm pretty sure you can't get the same outcome twice when you corrupt. So it's not gonna be a 400% Widow Hail or some shit. But yeah, like, you know, some of the items come pre-corrupted, so you can't divine them, but they don't actually have a corruption. And then you can corrupt it again, and then you can roll the +20% range, for example. What are the 9 new crafting mechanisms? 9 new crafting mechanics? Not sure what you mean. I mean, there's like some stuff in the temple now, with like double corrupt and stuff. Nine new crafting. Yeah, I guess they probably mean like the this is like a very optimistic. They probably mean like, okay, you can like pull out the rune from your item by destroying the item, and you can double corrupt a gem. You can double corrupt an item, and then I don't know what else is there. You can like, you know, craft the artificial limbs for your character. I wonder what you're gonna get there. That's gonna be kind of funny. Is there anywhere to view the new skills yet? There's like a few of them. Does this link actually work now? No. Where is that? There's like this like one page like overview thing, but I'm not sure where that went now. Can someone link that? It's like when you buy shit from Amazon that says 150 pieces, they count literally everything. Tainted currency? And no, there's no tainted currency. This is like, they mean like the stuff in the temple. So this is what I mean here, I think. Tough Exile 2 Druids. Yeah, I think that's the one here. So there's like a bunch of skills. So you can see 3 skills for the bear, for the wolf, 4 for the wyvern, 4 for the spellcasting. So we have like a relatively good idea of like what are the skills available here, but we don't know all of them. These are 8, 14 skills. And typical classes have 7 categories of like 2 to 4 skills, I guess. Right? So on average, let's say 3.5 per category. So probably like 20 to 25 skills, I guess. It's like typical. And I guess the druid of all classes probably has the most in the same category, because there's these different archetypes. So we've probably seen like half the skills or so now. The data mine cast on dodge roll a while ago for druid. I mean, who knows if that actually made it into the game, right? Yeah, it's not a Svalin change. It's now 0% damage taken. Pretty good. You want to make evade in PoE, evade born PoE 2. I wonder when they're gonna bring like you know, not just spin to win, but you know, like God the Age basically. I wonder if that's ever gonna be a thing. But I guess they're gonna be, it's gonna be like some stuff like glory skill or some shit, where you can use it like once every minute or so. Would I play Mercenaries this league? I mean, I am tempted to play some crossbow again. Not sure if it's gonna be a merc or what we'll do. Just get out. Yeah, I mean, if something like an Evade Spiritborn ever makes it into PoE 2 or God the Age, they'll be quick to nerf it, I guess. Wouldn't Marriage be absolutely sick of Titan's Slam Ascendancy? Yeah, there's some good stuff there with Aftershocks and so on. Ultra Great Sword. That looks like a very different game, I feel. But who knows, maybe that's actually one of the designs they have right now. He has poked out of the sword more than once. He does look pretty cool. And now imagine this like, you know, like spinning around, doing some cool moves. There could be fun stuff there. Yeah, it definitely looks like the gut sword. $2,400 is not enough. What does that mean? Think Smith or Kitava hit on spell buffs makes it any good? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how you scale it. That's the thing. Because for the fire spell on hit to work, you need to do a lot of damage with your attacks. But then at the same time, you can't do like any weapon swap stuff. Because, you know, in the moment where you hit, you trigger the spell. So you can't like weapon swap to like some spell setup or something. So whatever spell comes out of that, like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's just an ascendancy, no, right? It's not supposed to just like ridiculously like, you know, multiply your damage or something. Like a typical ascendancy node is like 10 to 15% damage. And it seems like this node can easily surpass that. But it's not gonna be like a node that just like carries your build, you know, like you're not gonna, I don't know, do like some super fast, flurry kind of attacking build and then like spam fire spells everywhere faster than you can cast them or something like that. So maybe the buff helps a bit to make this like decent, but I think you still have to mainly rely on your actual weapon hits. And maybe you can try to like scale as much as possible into just like raw fire damage instead of like, you know, melee damage or spell damage or something like that, right? So you try to do something like that. You just scale like any kind of like raw increased damage, raw fire damage, and then I don't know what else, to be honest. Skill ranks already doesn't really work since it doesn't apply to both. A Bear of Kitava build. Yeah, I mean, it's close enough to the starting point. Definitely tempted to do a Smith. But I like the Druid stuff with the Rage and the Spell Rage. That's kind of cool. Running around with like 50 Rage gives you like 25% more spell damage. And then you can like do stuff with that. Here. Skills which are not default attacks cost +5 Rage to use. Regenerate 6 with maximum rage per second. So if you have 50, you get like 3 per second, and then like a bit of mana regen, you get like 5, 6 per second. Could be fun. They have like this Kiga Spirit. Yeah, I mean, it's only 120 extra Spirit if you get freeze immunity somehow. You need at least freeze immunity. Else you can't click strongboxers, basically. What bits am I gonna cook up tonight? Tonight I'm not gonna cook anything. It's fucking 4 AM. And I have like a 24-hour stream to do tomorrow for Diablo 3. So, I'm not cooking anything until like Sunday, I guess. Because I'm basically gonna go straight from like D3 rank 1 blast into max roll meeting on Saturday. 44. And then I have to like, start fixing stuff for D4. And then we can start cooking PoE stuff, I guess, maybe early next week. Yeah, we'll see what I will do with the Druid. But I think like this volcano stuff with like the totems could be kind of fun. I mean, you don't necessarily have to play this on a Druid either. We can actually play this on like a warrior or something. But yeah, I was thinking about something like volcano, and then you have a shockwave totem to trigger the volcanoes, and they just like spread out the like projectiles like crazy. I think that could be pretty cool. Volcanoes destroyed after 10 slams. I wonder if this is gonna feel weird because it has this channel tag. So if you kind of tap it, right, you have to like ding, ding, ding. Oh, it actually says limit 1 volcano. So now it gets kind of interesting. Are we gonna play this as a Stormweaver to have a higher limit? Because the Stormweaver has like a limit for elemental skills, right? Or is that for all limited skills? How's that exactly? Here, +1 to limit for elemental skills. So that counts actually, right? And it's gonna be +2. 3 elemental damage types. Now here's another thing, maybe you don't care that much about the extra limit. Because if you have like, I don't know, fucking 2 or 3 totems just like slamming the shit out of these volcanoes, then it will disappear very fast anyway. Because they only have 10 slams. So yeah, maybe do like, volcano, volcano, totem, totem, and repeat or something. Just kind of cycle 2 volcanoes, 2 totems, or something like that. But yeah, this could be kind of interesting. We do like volcano, volcano, volcano. And then like, totem, totem, totem. And you can still get shocks, which is kind of neat. From Stormweaver. What else can we get? Yeah, we don't do any remnant shenanigans. We don't care about arcane storage very much, I guess. 20% increased effect of arcane surge on you per 10% missing mana. It's actually kind of nice. Can I explain the Traveler's Wisdom change on Pathfinder? Maybe. It allows you to choose 6 options on every travel node. Like you have the +5, strength, dex, int nodes, and now you also have those. You can see an easy rushing claw style build with wolf blasting from pack to pack and ice explosions. Yeah, with Herald of Ice on top of that, could be fun too. Increased damage all the way. I mean, how many travel nodes does a typical build have? And the thing is that global defenses is a much more valuable outcome than the damage. Because they're all the same value and usually have a lot of increased damage. Like typical builds have probably in the range of like 3 to 500% increased damage when they're attack builds, and even more if they're spell builds. So this is like a relatively low value there, but the global defenses is something that's relatively rare, or just in general, like, you know, ES nodes or something like that. Energy Shield is king again. It definitely helps to get like the Energy Shield rolling a little bit on Pathfinder. So this will probably be like a pretty typical like evasion ES hybrid. But they actually have like a pretty decent ES pool with pretty decent evasion on top. But yeah, you have to get attributes. You have to like stack attributes on your gear somehow, so that you can actually make up for this. Armor ES will be nice. Yeah, I think the main way to make Armor ES feel good is probably to go like... Is that still its oath? Right? You do like the life regen. So maybe something like that. But you have to get regen then. So how the fuck do you get regen? ES need buff, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, ES needs buffs, man. No doubt. And the reason why Blood Mage was so strong was because of the offensive part of it, not because of the defense. You just had so much life that you didn't give a fuck anymore, and you had this Giga recoup. But this was only thanks to like, you know, very specific uniques that actually made that whole thing work, right? You needed the focus, you needed the jewel from the abyss. He played Sorg 3 times and never played ES. You're very familiar with life regen builds. Let's see. So here's life regeneration rate. Life regeneration rate 0.2 for the small nodes. It's a lot of investment you have to do though, but I guess it can pay off. But yeah, you have to like invest into this life regen stuff, let's say like, I don't know, 15 plus points, and then you also have to invest into like armor, ES, or just ES nodes to even have a bit of a pool. Huh. I guess you don't invest into block stuff, so that will save you a lot of points as well. So you just put it into this life regen and ES stuff then. Adorned life regen jewel login. How much do you get on a jewel? %. Okay. Run a lot of small spirit gems with vitality on them. Yeah, that is actually legit. I think that's actually not such a bad idea. Especially when you have like 120 spirit for free. Then you can definitely do that. You do like, I don't know, attrition, vitality, boom. That costs 50. Then you do, you know, whatever, like another 30 plus vitality, it's another 50. So you do like 50, 50, 50. With like a one spirit roll on the neck or so, you can easily do this with like 4, 5. Yeah, you actually always have 4. At least 5. You can at least 5 different ones, right? Where you can do like a 30 plus a 20 vitality. Or, wait a minute, you can do vitality 1 and vitality 2, right? So this is 20 for 1 and this is 40 for 2. Yeah, so you don't even have to do that, right? You can just do like 2 with like vitality 1 and vitality 2. Vitality 2 cannot have 2 on character. Okay, this is a bug though, right? So you should be able to like stack them. So let's just say it works. So it costs 90 for a 30 gem plus both vitalities, and you get 3% regen. That's actually pretty solid. 3% regen is very good. And then you can use again. So you have 2 skills. You get 6% life regen and have a bunch of like life regen on the tree and life regeneration rate. You don't have to invest that many points and you easily get to 10% life per second. And that is legit. RF is going to be on that side of the tree. Yeah, exactly. RF is also going to be like very region based. Yeah, realistically, you're not going to put a spirit on a chest, right? You're going to have like a... Like you have to invest everything you can into like this, you know, armor ES hybrid, like some big chest. You're not going to put it on the chest. But on the neck, you can easily put like 40 something spirit or something. And you're going to have 100 base. Plus 120, 220, 260. Yeah, you can easily fit like 3 of these, I'd say. So 9% base regen. You always run spirit on chest. Yeah, maybe on some archetypes you can do that, but I have not really done that, to be honest. It doesn't let you put 2 2s. Yeah, that's definitely a bug, I think. Ah, no, wait a minute. You might be right. Maybe you can't stack it. I think I remember this as well. I think I tried this with clarity as well, and you can't put multiple clarities either. Because I think these supports in particular, they're basically like their own little aura, right? So they are kind of like an active spirit gem disguised as a support. So this is why you can't stack them, actually, you're right. So you can only have one Vitality 1 and one Vitality 2, so you can't actually do this. But either way, you get 3% from that, which is already a pretty good head start, I would say. And it doesn't cost you that much on a druid. And is there like something like increased life recovery or so? No, this is like the flask thing here, right? No, this is not it. Yeah. Is that a fair number of life regen builds out of necessity? Yeah. Definitely, definitely looks like an interesting idea to do like Zealot's Oath. Let's say you run around with like 2.5k life. And then, you know, like 2.5k ES, you have like 10% life regen per second, you get like 250 ES per second. I mean, that's pretty solid, I think. Now, this is only life regen. It's not any life recovery. It says life recovery from regen. So you need to regen. You can't do like the life and kill and stuff. Yeah, life regen also doesn't work. He thought life and kill was put on as regen? I don't understand why that would happen. That would be very strange. I mean, it specifically calls out from regeneration. If life and kill works, then I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think even recoup should not work for this. I mean, I haven't tried this yet in PoE 2, but maybe it does, but it seems very weird if that happens. It's not instant. Yeah, it's not instant, but it's not regen. It's recoup. It's specifically its own keyword. I mean, that's like some pretty strong regen stuff, yeah. 0.75. 0.5. Life regen rate. So basically, if you have Vitality 1 and Vitality 2, each of these is actually worth more than the actual like 0.2s here, right? This is going to be worth 0.3 each. With just the Vitality gems. And then even more when you have these things. You even have some stuff in the starting area here. Regen, and 20%. So let's say you pick these, right? You probably want to path through this stuff because you want to do stuff like this here and this here and this here, right? It's just say we pick most of the stuff. So you have all three of those. You have 0.6, you have 3, you have 3.6, and then 20% extra. It's plus 0.72. So plus they have 4.32% already. Just from this and Vitality 1, Vitality 2. And then we have 10, 10. Yikes. Okay. This might be okay to pick up, I guess. I mean, would you take this? Probably not. It's kind of interesting. You might actually want to pick stuff like this here to make your mana easier because you have so much life regen. This is okay. Yeah, you kind of want to pick this here. This is like the big one. But it's very far. And you might also add some more nodes and stuff, right? So obviously, I guess. What's that? You generate 1%. Arcane Surge grants more life regeneration rate instead of mana regeneration rate. And that is interesting, actually. What the fuck? So wait a minute. So you can actually go in here, take this, and then you can take the life regen here. Now that's actually an interesting cluster. There's like gigantic regen. So Arcane Surge is 20% more, then you have 40% effect. So that's like 28% more. And then you have 10% effect, 10% effect. So you have like 32% more. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, this is kind of whatever. But yeah, this is insane. And this, yeah, so this together is a very good combo. And I mean, you have 10% chance on crit. If you have any sort of crit chance and multi-hits, you're gonna get this pretty easily. And then you can even do the increased effect. You might even do the entire thing, actually. 15% effect. Which will mean 3% more, right? So, okay, this might be okay. It depends a little bit on like how much other nodes you have. There's also 25 life regeneration rate and 25% converted to mana cost. This is also, yeah, actually, I think you're gonna go up here for regen. Like, fuck all this shit down here. You do this. Plus Vitality 1, Vitality 2, and you're done. There's a support to guarantee crit, but no bonus damage. I know there's the inevitable critical, and there's one where you have more crit chance, but then less crit damage. Yeah, there might be more stuff added as well. Interesting. Yeah, so this might be a really good way to do this. I think if you get to something like around 10% life regen per second, then this is gonna start feeling really comfy. 2.5k life, 2.5k ES, maybe a bit more ES even. And then just regen it, you know, you take damage, you don't care, it just regens. I think that's gonna be very comfy. What happened there? Oh, yeah, there's like, I think one of the like USB plugs is dying that the light is connected to. You can use the rune on the belt that gives 75% increased arcane surge. 75% increased arcane surge sounds pretty insane, actually. What? No results. Great. There's a Tecro Jewel. I'm not sure what that is. Which one? Isn't that the one that was just nerfed? Yeah, so this was just nerfed. I mean, this is something for Blood Mage, no? Like, how are you gonna spend all this life? I guess you can do like a life tap. That's actually kind of interesting. So, if you have enough life regeneration bonus, then you will actually regenerate more life back than you spend, right? But you need a lot now because this was double halved. So previously you got 100% back, but now you get 25% back. So you need at least a total of plus 300% regen to even get any bonus out of this. So I don't think so, actually. The Covenant unique. Which one was that again? Spell damage leeches life remnants. And what are you gonna do with that? Like, I'm not sure how this like fits in here. Also, it's a chest, and we have to make sure we have a really big chest. So that we actually get some armor in the S going. Because we still want to stack some armor, I guess. Because, I mean, relying on this region and going fully S is probably not the way. I think you have to go hybrid for Zealot's Oath. Like, else, you're just gonna invest to full ES, you go energy recharge, and your energy shield is full in like 3 seconds, and you have to not worry about any of the shit. So the whole idea is here that you can stay in combat, you can get hit all the time, and it just keeps regenerating, and you have enough damage reduction so that you don't actually just fall over or something, right? You can build your own Blood Mage. Yeah, that's not the goal. The goal is trying to use Zealot's Oath. Krugel's Gaze Rune. Kogals, I mean. Yeah, it doesn't show here, but I can check this again. %40 increased effect of Arcane Surge on you, so I can get 80% there. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, it doesn't hurt, for sure. I mean, on the other hand, you can initially also just roll a gigantic life regen on your belt, no? That's the thing. Like, how much can you roll? Yeah, 29, okay. But I mean, 29 is also more than 1% life, just by itself as a baseline. Alright, such a build will probably not have 2900 life. It will probably have less than that. So this is like 1 to 1.25%, let's say, base life regen. And then that multiplies with all of the other bonuses. So I think it's going to put like a life regen roller too, to get a bit more. Now the question is, how does a suffix like this compare to a spirit roll on the neck, for example? I think that was a more interesting question. So a spirit roll gives us, I don't know, let's say 40, 50. So basically like vitality 2. Yeah, 50 here. Okay, so. And then okay, you can have the base if you want to have a bit more, but let's ignore that. So basically this 50 spirit is worth 2.5% life regen. And this 29 life regen here is like half of that. But this is a prefix on the neck and this is a suffix on the belt. So TLDR spirit is very effective, but we cannot stack it. We can only have one vitality 1, one vitality 2, and that's it. Where life vision can be stacked on every slot if you want. Is Korgal's Gaze one of the runes that has a max limit of 1? Yeah, it seems like every special rune and previously talismans, now idols, and also the upgraded soul cores, they're all limit 1. That means increase arcane source is also way better than the region on normal belt. Yeah, but I mean, you do Darkness Enthroned, and one of your 2 slots on that whole item goes into getting some regen. Then you have 1 more rune that you can put, which is, I don't know what the fuck, 8% cast speed, and you have nothing else. But here you get 2 more res rolls, you get a mana roll, you get a life roll, you get an armor roll, you know? It's not really the same, right? So I'm pretty sure you want to go with a normal belt, just put regen on this thing and be done with it, instead of doing these shenanigans with the fucking rune. So this does not seem like, with Darkness Enthroned, this is not it, I think. Yeah, I get more cast speed, but I mean, this is like, I don't know. At least the stuff that I'm planning to do with the Druid does not really require cast speed. I don't think... Can I even benefit from cast speed? That was a good question. Does it even work? Modifies the cast speed, effective skills cost. Wonderful. So we're not going to channel this anyway, right? We're just going to tap, 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 tap. So I guess it does scale with cast speed in some way, a little bit. But realistically, cast speed is going to be very low priority for this. Yeah, it is a spell, but it's a channel spell. This is why. And we don't actually want to channel it. We actually just want to tap it. We just want to put down a bunch of volcanoes and then go. But it is somewhat interesting, because if you play a Stormweaver with this, right, we will just have Arcane Surge. And we don't even have to do these shenanigans here. Where the fuck is it? Here, so we don't even have to do this. But it's a relatively minor cost to get Arcane Surge. It's gonna be very easy to get Arcane Surge, I think, with just a few small points. And then we have this here. So I guess 20% of damage is taken from mana before life. Increase Arcane Surge on you per 10% missing mana. So if you have no mana, you have 200% effective Arcane Surge. That is a lot of Arcane Surge. Is there a way for us to do something like skills ignore mana costs when you have insufficient mana? I know that exists in PoE 1. Can I just like drain my mana to 0? Cast time is 0.8. Okay, if it does have a cast time and then starts channeling, so basically, I hope that it's gonna feel smooth, right? If you're talking about the volcano, because it's like a cast that goes into a channel. But if I just like tap and let go, you know, it does a cast and then I do the next one, you know, this is what I want to do basically. So I guess cast speed does help us. Since it's not pure channel, it's also a cast. Surrounded, but it's bottom of the tree. And also no longer works well. And also needs a Viper, so that's not happening. Yeah, I mean, Surrounded is good for melee, but not for anything else now. Attack speed while surrounded, surround area, region while surrounded. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's also way too far away. We're not gonna go down there. Demon Stitcher. Let me check that. Sacrifice 50% of life to gain that much energy shield when it casts a spell. So why do we want to do this? We have Zealot's Oath, so our region already applies to ES. So this would help us if we had Zealot's Oath and other sources of life recovery that are pretty impactful, like, you know, herbalism, or like, you know, something like that, like life on kill. So, you know, we spend a lot of life, but we also get it back really fast, and then we are full on life anyway, and then the region goes anyway into ES. That over Zealot's Oath. Yeah, I mean, this would be another option. You can do this instead of Zealot's Oath. But you still need a lot of life recovery that you have to get somehow. So you might as well just pick up Settlers Oath. Also, you like basically lose your entire glove slot for some kind of half-assed glove. Okay, it has a bit of life. Some ES, some cast speed. It's not that terrible, but I don't know. Like, if anything, I would probably like do something like the Painter's Servant again. Like, that is legit, you know? Lots of damage. You get shocks, you get freezes. Because what the fuck am I gonna do with those fire projectiles anyway? Yeah, there's a fire damage converted to lighting, we could do that. Has armor, evasion, strength, dex, lighting, rest. So it has basically pretty good suffixes and no prefixes. That's basically this glove, and also no ES. But then you have the fire converted to lightning. So that could be nice. Maybe I'll try it. It only needs 42 dex, that's not that much. Use the glove and got live vision, and it was pretty effective for keeping ES full. Yeah, I mean, I don't see them as bad gloves. I think the Demon Stitcher is definitely legit. So maybe we can throw them in there. But I feel like I kind of want to do one of the conversions to get shocks. This was Night Scale. Night Scale is kind of nice. How much crit is that thing? 5% crit chance. Okay, we can't really rely on that too much. Is the new passive tree live yet? Nope. I don't think this will be until basically right at launch. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what I will do with this. I'm not 100% sure, so maybe I'll do a Stormweaver. Stormweaver, get a limit. What the fuck is this actually? Trigger Elemental Storm on crit with spells. Elemental Storm. Creates a stationary fire, cold, or lightning storm in a target location. Based on the highest elemental damage type for the hit that triggered a storm. Hits that do not deal damage that should not trigger the storm. Enemies inside the storm are hindered. So they do all the same stuff, just different types of damage. Cannot deal critical hits. Okay, so I need to have crit chance, but it can't crit itself. Fine, I guess. How many storms can you have? Is it like some cap or something? There's a 3 seconds cooldown, I guess. And it lasts 5 seconds, okay. So I guess you want to have some little bit of crit chance, but not crit damage. I can live with that. And for like the build that I'm envisioning with the Volcano, this is okay, because then you also get this here, so 10% chance to get a crit. Get this Arcane Surge. Get the Storms. Deals damage every 0.25 for 5 seconds, so it deals damage 20 times. 20 times this is actually like a pretty big number. It's not bad, I think. Kinda small, but it does hinder. This could be interesting. So we don't do this. So we do this. Shock. And this. This will be interesting, I think. I tried scanning a Mental Storm, it's very mid, it has a cooldown. Yeah, I mean, it's not supposed to like carry your entire build, right? You have to see, this is still just an Ascendancy node. And a typical Ascendancy node is supposed to give you like 10 to 15% more, roughly. And if it does that, which seems like it can easily do, that's okay. So obviously are available, yeah. So somewhere you can see the Druid Ascendancies. I'm gonna link them. Yeah, not here. There's a legendary neck with life. Increase the amount of life leached. What about Fire Flower? Do we run that one? All to all fire skills, huh? Take 100 damage when you ignite an enemy. Mana regen, rarity. It's not bad actually. Not bad at all. Defiance of Destiny. And let's get a Defiance of Destiny real quick. I've never seen that item. I think Fireflower is not hard to get. This might be a really good starter item for this. Right? What about the Xoth thing? 20% life, 45 res. So, it's all of life. I think this is getting buffed as well to like 25% fire res, I think. Use Pandemonium to get 110% cold pen. Yeah, okay, but you can only pen down to 0%. So penetration, it works not like in PoE1. Penetration stops at 0 res. So if you put like elemental weakness on them, the penetration basically does nothing. Unless you use like, there's a unique loft where you can go into -50. Just get Temporalis, they can have Giga Storms. What does Temporalis do? For a sec. Ah, it has -seconds to cooldown. So that works, I guess, for the Elemental Storms, huh? Just get that real quick. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, but I don't think I'm gonna farm that. I think the Storms seem decent enough by themselves. Just as like some additional damage. It's okay. And then you get the +1 limit, +2 limit now. And then you get the double shock. And okay, you invest a little bit into shock. Less magnitude of shock. So typical shock is like 20. Less magnitude makes it 15. So you scale 2 shocks up from 15. So it's like 30 basically. Cold pen doesn't work like inverted. I'm not sure if there's a way to invert. Struggle skin will be 4 notable with corruption now. Let me see that. How? I know they buffed it to 3, but what does the corruption do here? You can invert recipe. Okay, yeah, that's flow. Yeah, true, actually. But I mean, like a build like this, you have enough int, you're just gonna use elemental weakness, and you're chilling. Oh, look, there's another Arcane Search when you do a crit. So you can also do this cluster, yeah, but I mean, you're gonna be right up there anyway, right? It's right there, it's not far. It's like a few points. Then you have this thing. I think it was way overhyped. The Rakiatas. Yeah, it depends. I mean, if you don't want to actually invest into like elemental weakness and these kind of things, then Rakiatas is kind of decent, I guess. I want to see the totem. Shockwave totem. Raise the totem that slams the ground, repeatedly damaging nearby enemies. So here we need mace, right? Oh no, it works with anything actually. So you can just cast the totem. Attack speed 50% of base. Limit 1 totem. Oh shit. Fires projectiles, arrow 0.5 seconds, all when slammed. So how many more projectiles do we get, is the question. Deals 3 to 5 damage, fires 3 projectiles. So it shoots twice per second frame. And how fast do we slam them? Let's say we slam like with 2 totems at all times. If you have a bit of like attack speed or something, we might get the same number of extra projectiles. So roughly like double. Initial reduction implies 4 additional projectiles per additional stage. I'm not sure if this is really gonna work out so well the way I imagined this. It fires the stuff really fast and then you need to slam it. I don't know, man. This might be tough. At least no difference in kill speed, at least for my builds. Yeah, it really depends on like what build you're doing and if you invest into like pen or if you invest into like minus res at all, right? The thing is that, for example, if you just pick like, I don't know, 2-3 points on a tree for like a bit of pen, you can easily get like 20-30 pen. And then, you know, the value of Rakiatas would go way down. You can have another support gem instead and all that kind of stuff, right? Is there a Foulborn Rakiata? Nah, the lineage supports I don't think have that, it's just uniques. Anyway guys, I think it's a batch angle right now. Actually I have some work to do and then it's batch angle. So I'll be back tomorrow. We have a big stream tomorrow actually. So I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna like raid someone who's like doing some PvE, I guess. Let's see what is going on here. Maybe it's gonna raid Ghazi since we were like yapping earlier. So enjoy guys. Yo, have a good one. Bye.